Welcome. In front of me I have the Leica Leitz Phone powered by Xiaomi. I think that's the official name for it. And I'll be going over unboxing along with a quick look at the device, specifications, what the device actually offers, and build quality, along with other things that I will get to while I'm unboxing it and going through it. So I actually have all the Xiaomi releases here too with me, so like the 17, 17 Ultra and the other ones, but I decided to start off with the most bunkers one, which will be, well, this one. And starting with the most bunker, let's quickly check what the price of this is, as if I'm correct, it's nothing really small. Apparently it costs nearly 2,000 euros. Are you, Okay. This device costs more than any foldable. Awesome. Okay, anyway. So let's get to this. Come on. There we go. You have a little branding right here, Xiaomi and Leica. Cool. Let's grab the knife. And there we go. Okay, let's pop it open. Leica camera Vitzlar. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna pretend I can pronounce this, whatever that is. Congratulations on your new Leica Leitz Phone powered by Xiaomi. Get your Leica account here. Okay, it's nothing important by the looks of it. Then we get the phone itself. It does look damn nice. I have to give it. When it comes down to the, I guess, collab would be the best way to describe this. The phone does have its own kind of unique look, and I do like it. It's very subtle. It's got minimal, but it does stand out in any case. Now, below here we get phone case, accessories, and cables. Let's start off with the cables, as this one will be the most boring one. Okay, braided cable out of the box, type A to type C. Just pop that back in here. And anything else? Nope, that's everything that was in here. That's a bit of space wasted, if you ask me. But hey, they definitely care about the environment. Surely hope there's a charger for this price. What is this? A lens cleaning cloth, wrist strap, lens cap. Is that an ND filter? Or just like a, literally a cap? No, that just straight up a cap. Certainly not for this. What lens is it talking about? I'm gonna keep it to the side for now. Maybe there's more in here that will make this more clear what the hell that is. And that's everything in here. SIM eject tool, paperwork. We got the energy sticker, and I think, yep, that's probably for the, probably where the lens cap was for. Let's quickly check. There we go. Yep. So this is what it sticks to. Now the case itself, made out of plastic. The back looks like it's leather, though I presume it's eco leather, though I can't be certain. Does it say made in China, model, Xiaomi okay, yeah, it doesn't really say. So that it might have a rating of, like, you know, if this is genuine leather or not. We have a Leica marking right here in the corner, and Xiaomi at the bottom. Have our power button, volume rockers right here, which are covered, as you can clearly see, and that's about it. Now, one thing that I do want to point out, case is really nice, but it kind of covers up the design choices that they made with the phone itself, which I do like generally, so it's a bit of a shame, I would say.
Accessibility canceled.
Oh, okay, good. So, let's set that to the side for now. And I'm just going to drop this back in here. It's paperwork, no one cares. Now, I already have one problem with this device at this price point, which is the lack of a goddamn charger included in the box. Now, I don't give two shits how much you want to care for the environment. I mean, hell, if you wanted to care for the environment, let's start with the packaging. We literally had, like, what, couple little packages in here. You could have definitely put those into something smaller. We had a cable that literally takes 3 times more space in here than it actually needs to. And I don't even think it goes all the way to the bottom, right? Yeah, it doesn't even go all the way to the bottom. Now if I can get the light to shine in. There we go. So, just to put that in there, that's how deep it goes to. So, there is still about this much left of the box. So not only is it taking about a third in terms of width, it's also not going all the way to the bottom. So, you know what, let's round it up. It's basically, this box is 4 times bigger than it needs to be, which means in general this package itself needed to be much bigger than it needed to be. Hey, Xiaomi, do you really care about this environment so much that you didn't want to give me a charger? Because you sure as shit have shown me the other way around by literally wasting so much space in the box just to make it look bigger. But apparently there was not enough space for a charger because you care so much about the environment. Anyway, other than that, let's move on now to the phone itself. So, just quickly go to the setup right here. Definitely not using Polish here. Not Indian, there we go, not UK. There we go, good enough. Region Poland, sure, agree. Skip. Skip, skip, skip. Wow, come on. Oh, we have 2 different visual styles for the recent apps. That's pretty nice. Come on. Okay, while this is thinking, I'm gonna quickly check something. See, so I think this is this device. I'm looking at GSM Arena as I'm more accustomed to, like, their layout to go over the specs, but they only have the Xiaomi 17 Ultra, which I'm not sure if this is the one. I just want to check the model number. What the hell is it? Not here. On the sides? No. Oh. Stay in here. Here? Oh, maybe it's here. So we have where is the model number? Serial number. I could probably go through serial number. Let's see. Okay, so I double checked it. It's this one right here, and yep, it's the same one. Okay, so now I have it neatly laid out. Okay, so let's start with the display. Display size right here is at 6.9 inches. Nice. It's a 1200 by 2608 pixel AMOLED display, LTPO. 68 billion colors, 120 Hz refresh rate, and a whopping 2160 Hz input refresh rate. It refreshes about over 2000 times per second, scanning for your finger inputs when you're scrolling from side to side and so on. It has Dolby Vision support with a display, meaning if you have some kind of Dolby content, and what we played here, we have peak brightness of 3500 nits, which honestly for what some of the devices offer, this is not the highest, which I think the highest one I seen was like 7000 nits, which is double what we have right here. And the phone didn't cost 2000 euros. Anyway, the display right here is actually pretty damn good. It also boasts a whopping 92.3% screen to body ratio, which you can clearly see right here if I open up maybe settings. Oh, there we go, settings. You can see the bezels. They're very minimal. These are really minuscule. So obviously it adds this nice modern look to the device. At over 92%, this is pretty damn good. It also has 416 pixels per inch, and the display right here, more precisely the glass, is the Xiaomi Shield Glass 3.0. Now I have no clue how hard that is. So as it's Xiaomi's proprietary glass that I have, this is the first time I'm seeing it. Now, that's basically everything that there is to the display, which the display right here is peak. It's what you would expect from a phone at this price range. Actually, it's what you would expect from a phone at half the price of this one. So, that's pretty good. Now, if we flip over to the back where we have our cameras, this is basically what could be considered the star of the show for this device. I mean, it is Leica branded. This phone is basically like Leica phone that is produced by Xiaomi from the naming, as it would seem. So, the cameras right here is 50 megapixel, have 1.7 aperture, 23mm wide lens, 200 megapixel 2.2 to 3.0 aperture, 75 to 100 millimeter periscope telephoto, and another 50 megapixel 2.2 14mm 115 degree ultra wide. We also have time of flight 3D depth sensor, which I have no clue which one that is. Probably this one, though this is just guessing. It's not what really matters. And with these cameras, you can record videos up to 8K at 30 frames. 4K gets you up to 120 frames, and 1080p gets you to a whopping 1920 frames, and that is slow motion. But it is still impressive that it can do this kind of slow motion at 1080p. Typically, that would have been reserved for like 720p or even lower. Now, while recording videos with this phone and these cameras, you also can record in HDR using Dolby Vision standard, which is pretty nice. Though, in reality, it's just a kind of different look to it. It's still HDR, it's just instead of being like the open source one, it's using the Dolby one. And it's 10-bit. Now, if we flip it over to the front, we have a selfie. And that selfie right here is a 50 megapixel 2.2 21mm wide lens. Now, this one also does 4K 60, which is pretty damn impressive. And 1080p also 60, no surprise here. Now, if you see any kind of like cuts where this phone jumps around, don't worry, I'm just kind of pausing the video. What the hell was that? I'm pausing the video at times because people are kind of coming in and out and they don't give two shits about, you know, being quiet. So, sorry for that if there are some kind of cuts or just some weirdness happening. Okay. So, those are the cameras. Now, one thing that I do want to talk about the cameras, apart from their specs, is if we open it up, while using the app. A little animation happening. Come on, get to it. Okay, so here you can see we have some information, and this is one of the cool features, which is this. It actually rotates. Now here it looks like we have all new Leica Essentials, so I presume these might be partially just kind of different kind of color profiles for it. All new live cinematography. Okay. Now I'm curious though if this is actually going to capture the moon, or if the phone is going to whip out something moon adjacent that it stores as a file in the system, as phones have done before. Now, cool thing is we can actually customize the layout, so you can have some quick buttons for specific camera profiles, which is, in my opinion, pretty nice. So in here, let's see how that works actually. So you can see when you twist it, it's zooming in, and I do have to give props. This is something that I won't be able to obviously describe in any kind of way, or will show you. But when you twisting this, there is a very damn good haptic feedback behind it. Holy shit, that is probably one of the best haptic feedbacks I have felt. And it's super precise. So when you're twisting this, this is just like fidget spinner territory there. Let's see. So 120 times zoom. Now I can already see there's a lot of AI-ness right here. It's literally shimmering on the video, on the screen. Now, one more thing that I do want to point out, that is, oh wow, that is one of the best stabilizations I have seen for zoom. Geez, I don't know how to really demonstrate it. Let's try to maybe, I'm gonna put this in here, if I can find it. Oh, there we go. So here it is. I can zoom in even closer. It's like 26 times, right? So the moment I want to keep it steady, like as long as I don't move too much, you can see this basically, even if I'm like shaking this, it's kind of stable. Typically your hand would just kind of be wobbling around, and this would kind of be just jittery a bit. But this, when it detects that you're supposedly trying to be stable on this, it just locks in. And even when I'm talking right now, you can see my hand moving. Image right here is pretty damn stable. This is not normal, I would say, not by a long shot. So the stabilization right here, and like the smart detection on when you're actually trying to pan to something else, opposed to just, you know, trying to keep your hand steady and failing at it, is pretty spot on. It's one of the best ones I have seen so far. So I'm not gonna go too much over the cameras right here. I don't really know that much about photography, to be completely honest. So I recommend checking out maybe someone that actually is a bit more versed in this. I'm more of a tech-oriented person, and it's probably why you're kind of noticing when I'm focusing on things like the stabilization for it, or haptic feedbacks and stuff like that. Now, in terms of build quality, the device is also built pretty nicely. As you can see, we have a glass front, obviously, fiber reinforced plastic back, which is there's also option for silicone polymer, or aka eco leather, and aluminum alloy frame. Now this aluminum alloy frame comes with a little bit of like flare. If I can get the camera to kind of focus on this. So there we go. Leica camera Germany, we have this kind of ridges right here. It kind of makes it a bit easier to hold it so it doesn't slip out of your hand. And then at the other side, we have more ridges, our small, relatively small power button, and even smaller volume rockers. I do like the design of it. It's pretty minimal and super, like, least obtrusive. At the top, we just have a couple antennas. We also have one more antenna here and in the ridge. And at the bottom, we have our speaker Type-C, our SIM tray. This is just a SIM tray, by the way. There is no expandable storage. And talking about storage, which I actually haven't talked, this device has only one variant, which is spec the hell out. 1 terabyte of storage and 16 gigabytes of RAM. At least that's what Leica presents, I think, right? Yep. So on official, actually no, this isn't Leica's site, this is Xiaomi site. So black one, which would be this one, has 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte of storage, and see if I can find any other one, because yep, Leica also has the same kind of info on their own official website. And GSM Arena, on the other hand side, does state that there's also 0.5 terabyte storage, which I cannot find. So that's a bit odd. Other than that, we can move on to the... Let me actually quickly double check the cameras first, because there is a little bit of discrepancy between some information. So I do want to make sure that I am getting the same one. Brightness, that's the same. Color depth 12 bits. See, display resolution, is that the same? 1206. It's 20. Where the hell was it? Yep, so that's the same. So yeah, it seems like it's correct. Okay. So that's a little bit crappy, because the back is actually plastic, not glass. You get this kind of empty, hollow sound right here. Very plasticky. Also, I don't know if this will be visible, but let's try. I don't know if this... Is this visible? Kind of. I think you can partially see it. But there is basically movement. Because it is plastic, it does kind of concave a little bit into it. It is just soft plastic, which you can clearly hear with this kind of plasticky sound here. So for a phone at this price range, this is actually one of the kind of least appealing portions of it, the back itself. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of that. Now, moving on to the internals, we have a 6,000 milliamp hour battery that can be charged at 90 watts with a cable charger, which obviously the charger isn't provided, which again, at this price range, unacceptable. 50 watts wireless charging speed. Again, nothing provided for that, but still pretty good charging speed. And processor in here, as you would expect, Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5, so the highest end that you can possibly get. And in terms of storage that is on here, I did talk about how much there is, but I didn't talk about the type. UFS 4.1, which I think there's a 4.1 Pro now or something along those lines, which I seen on one of the devices. So this obviously, if we consider the existence of the Pro or whatever they added onto it, this is a bit lower end. Again, for a phone at this price range, that's a bit of a yikes. So, at the end of the day, this device is going to be designed primarily for photo taking. Now, let's quickly take a couple of photos actually, just to kind of see how that looks like. And I am going to give this as fair of a shot as I possibly can. So let's wipe off the smudges off of here. So I did kind of smudge it up already. And see what we're dealing with. Another thing that I do want to point out, when you're kind of holding this like so, would have been nice to have a button somewhere here that you could press. Nothing. So that's a bit of a meh. You can use your volume buttons. So I think I have a timer turned on. So I have no clue when did that happen. No, that's the lens. Okay, so when you press the volume buttons, it automatically starts a couple-second countdown. Now, I presume you can change this, but it's kind of an odd choice, especially when you're trying to, you know, hold it like so and maybe have your finger right here to capture photos while, you know, adjusting this, which you can see this is multi-function. So right now it's adjusting in Pro mode, at least. It's adjusting the exposure, I believe, right? While video, same thing. Photo, zoom. So automatically photo is more automatic, so this allows you to just control zoom. Okay, that's a bit odd. So it switches between the lenses pretty damn good. It's pretty smooth in terms of switching between these lenses, but there we go, you could see that right now. There we go. Let me actually go into video. Can I? Oh, interesting. So when you're recording, this actually does nothing anymore. That's also weird in the choice. So, and anyway, in photo, if you can reassign this to be zoom while recording video, then you'll experience one of these things happening. So you can see this kind of like jumping and kind of weird, almost AI looking like fading. That's basically the camera switching from one lens to another. So this is a bit weird, though. Again, this is happening right now only in photos when I'm zooming in, which obviously once you zoom in and you capture the photo, this won't be visible as it's already at the position that you would want it to be zoomed in. But if we can adjust it to be in video, and doing that, you're going to have this kind of weird jump, which you can do this way, I presume. Yep. So here is a bit just, you can see this here. So specifically when you jump from one lens to another. So it's from 0.09 to 1, it switches to 23mm lens, and you have this kind of jump. So anyway, also, let's quickly do this. Okay, let's quickly check this out. Hello all. Let me quickly see it myself. Yep, this is kind of apparent right here. Yeah, why leave quietly when you can also fucking whistle? Awesome. Okay, let me just readjust the brightness. And this is pretty visible right now. This looks pretty bad. Now, right now when I'm showing you this screen, on this camera it doesn't really look that horrid, but there is this brightness around, we have the black text. You can kind of see there's like almost like a halo around it, a lighter one. This is weird behavior from a camera. I don't know what the hell is happening right here, but this is clearly visible when using the, I presume this is the ultra wide. When it switches to the 1x, it's right about, come on. Which one was the, wait, let me just play it back. This is, oh, there we go. So here is the 1x. It no longer has this effect. and here it looks fine. The moment it switches back to the ultra wide, which was at the beginning, it has this weird crappy look to it. So yeah, just wanted to point it out, something that I just observed at like first glance right here. Another thing, when using this device, it has haptic feedback even when the camera isn't open, but when you start spinning it, you can see it opens up the camera itself. Now, it doesn't do it automatically, so here you can see my finger. Actually, wait, I just close this up. So I'm going to be moving it. Hello? Okay. Oh, so it looks like it's specifically fast motion. Or specifically this kind of motion back and forth. That launches it. So just scrolling it in single direction, as you can see, it doesn't launch it at all. But when you do it this way, it automatically does. So there is a specific motion to it, which is basically twisting it like so, that will launch the camera. Pretty nice. Okay, so finishing this off, let's quickly take a look at the pricing of this device and talk about it. So it's a phone designed for photo shooting, which is fine. If you want a all-in-one package that you can always have in your pocket, that's great. But just know, you're definitely paying a premium right here. And on GSM Arena, this phone is listed for about 1,500 euros. I saw it for about $1,999 US. So depending on what the price actually is for this device, though keep in mind euros are actually a bit more valuable than dollars. So it actually could be accurate. So well, let's quickly check. So 1,400 euro to USD. And okay, so it's not that much difference. 1,400 euros is about 1,600 US dollars. So let's quickly check out store online store. I wanna check out how much this would cost. Xiaomi offers it for 800 or 8,999 PLN, which equates to okay, let's just okay. So funny enough, GSM Arena has a much different price for this than it is in reality being stored on official Xiaomi website. So for me, this device costs 8,999 PLN, which from converting it from PLN to US dollars, that's $2,400 for this phone. Now, the reason I'm focusing so much about the price, as a device that is designed for photography, and as a phone, it's doing okay, but I find this price to be a little bit too expensive, especially when you consider that it can grab a normal camera, a physical camera. Let's just say you would want to get something like the Sony ZV-E10 Mark II. That's going to run you about $1,000, right? Which is a normal price, I would say, for something that is considered somewhere along the lines of entry. Or closer to maybe like mid-range, and it's going to be a great camera for video recording and photos. Now for video, as long as you're not planning to be in motion, do want to mention this specific thing that I'm mentioning right here: horrible stabilization. But in general, it is a camera. It's a product designed strictly for one purpose and one purpose only, which is video and photos, and it has its own changeable lens, which you can't change anything in here. So you get a changeable lens. You have multiple different lens options. It being Sony does give you multitude of options for lenses. Additionally, one thing that I personally hate nowadays with phones, having like striving for photos, specifically photography, is the fact that when you start looking into it, these photos and videos, they have abominable implementations of AI. There is just a shitload of things happening in the background, trying to fake and improve the photos to make them look much better than the lens would be able to produce. And it's, I presume, partially done to present you with a better photo or video, but also to most likely cut costs. You can get a, put in a crappier sensor and push it further through software instead of actual hardware. Now in cameras, normal ones, you don't really have that. Either the sensor is good or it's shit. And if it's shit, you're going to see it, and there's not going to be any kind of AI weird fuzziness happening to images. Something that here I can already see when zooming in a lot using the periscope, you do get. This is normal, I would say, behavior. But it is there. And if you get a decent lens and zoom it in, similar to what we have right here, you will never have this kind of AI artifacts look happening to the photo, because the lens itself is capable of doing this. It's not trying to crop into the photo, zoom it in, and then upscale it and sharpen it and do all that jazz in the background. So that's one of the downsides of phones like this. It's designed for basically point and shoot kind of thing, like most phones are. But I think if you're planning to do serious kind of photography, considering this phone is relatively expensive, I mean, $2,400 US, you get a dedicated camera and a dedicated expensive phone, which already also has good cameras. I mean, it might not be, for instance, as good as this, but let's put it in a perspective that you want to get yourself a Samsung S26 Ultra, which by all intents and purposes will have a decent camera. Oh, probably one of the better ones on the market, right? And then you also get yourself a dedicated photo camera for taking photos and videos. And it's going to exceed in just that. It's going to do it definitely better than what we have right here. And while you don't want to carry that around or just want to, take a quick photo, you can just take out your phone. And you have both products at probably cheaper price than you have just this one. I mean, this is $2,400 US. The ZV-E10 Mark II, which I mentioned before, costs about $1,000, so 900 and something, while, for instance, S26 Ultra will run, $1,200? So you're still $200 up from what this phone costs. So, like I said, it's a very nice phone, but because of the price tag, I think it's a little bit mispriced. And this could have been a much better device if it can be purchased at a more reasonable price tag. This territory of a price basically competes with foldable devices, which foldable devices do have a little bit more tech into them than just triple camera setup, which almost every flagship phone has a triple camera setup. So I might be a little bit negative about it, but hey, I'm not being sponsored by Xiaomi or anyone else, so what I'm saying is generally unaffected by any kind of, idea that, oh no, if I will be negative to this phone, Leica or Xiaomi won't be sponsoring me. They don't, so I don't care. They never will, and that's fine. At least I can say what my thoughts on this actually are without trying to bullshit and, blow smoke up your ass with oh, it's a great phone, expensive, but oh, so good. It's a nice phone, but at the price tag, I think you can get more value by just combining two different things separately and still even saving money and exceeding in both in its right. So anyway, that's about it. Pretty lengthy video, but I did want to focus a little bit more on the camera and check it out just a bit in here in this setup, just so I can give you some kind of first look at it and talk about it a bit more in depth, as this phone was basically designed for photos primarily, and it's one that is going to try to cater towards not getting a dedicated camera and just having a phone that does both, which I find, if you got to overpay for something that does both and then has limitations that you, for instance, can't change lenses, I don't think that's that worth it. dedicated camera has multitude of options in terms of different kind of shot compositions, lenses, and controls and stuff like that. Here, you basically get a nice phone with a camera, and I bet a lot of people probably which will buy this phone will most likely be using it on auto mode, and you might be able to get a lot of it, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a difference from for instance, something like the S26 Ultra, which will come out in like 20 days. So, and like I said, at least we know that Samsung will cost $1,200 instead of the $2,400. So literally half the price. Wow, I never thought that I would be saying that Samsung is cheap in this case. One of the more expensive Samsung is actually half the cost of some other device like Xiaomi of all things. What a world we're living in. Anyway, if you found this video helpful, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching. Welcome. In front of me is a Xiaomi Leica phone, and today I will show you how you can go through the setup process of this device. So, when you boot it up for the very first time, you should have this screen right here, the Xiaomi HyperOS. So we're just going to click on the arrow right here, which then gives us the option to select our desired language with the language of the region that it's right now in, probably selected by default. Now I'll be changing it to English, so let me just find that. We have a couple options right here. So we have Australia, India, UK, and the US. I'm going to select US, though right here these actually don't really matter all that much as far as I can tell. Whichever you choose, Australia, India, whatever, the language is the same between them. It's English. And it's also not really region, because you do have the region selection right here. Now, in this page, I might recommend changing it to a region that is part of European Union, even if you're not from here, because this is just kind of like a tinfoil theory right here, which could be completely baseless, but you don't lose anything by doing it, and if it works in the future, hey, you only gained. So the idea here is European Union is more kind of pro-consumer rights. Well, obviously US is the exact opposite. It's pro-corporations get screwed consumer. So because of that, a lot of the times where any kind of changes are happening to devices and how they operate and stuff like that, these are being usually started by the European Union, making some kind of law which company now needs to abide by. Now, if this kind of law would take too much of a revenue cut from a company, they usually will only, or they would in theory only implement that in that said region, or just back out of that region. Whichever one that is, obviously, if they apply these kind of options in that region, because they would be forced to, or just they would need to start paying fines, then if they only apply it there and you select that you're from there, chances are you will be included in those changes. So as an example, when Google in the future, near future, September, locks their Android with a poor-ass excuse that they're doing it to protect you, and you no longer can install applications from outside of Play Store unless the developer of the application gave away their personal information, their like anonymity, just so you can be able to install their creation outside of Play Store. Oh, and after also paying a ransom. Let's not forget about that one. Which obviously Google is trying to spin as, you can still do it. Why the high heaven would I ever want to, as a developer, give my personal information to Google, pay a ransom, just so I can allow someone to install shit outside of Play Store? I'm literally trying to circumvent these cunts, and yet they're trying to be here like they're the saviors, trying to, insert themselves forcefully. So, in any case, when that happens, I have a theory that European Union won't be very pleased about this. And rightfully so. So, when that happens, they might have some kind of law in place for this bullshit, and Google will need to change their operation. So they will probably change it, but there is my speculation here is that they will change it in European Union, ignoring US and continuing their bullshit shenanigans there. Because they're not doing it to protect you, they're doing it to remove your options of installing applications such as, for instance, YouTube Revents, which YouTube is part of Google. YouTube Revents allows you to watch YouTube videos without ads and in background on your phone without ever paying a single cent of subscription. Obviously, Google wouldn't want that to be available. So this is just their way to trying to prevent that from ever being available to people. And if someone creates this, obviously, Google then's got their number to send their hit squad for that person and drag them to the 9 circles of hell through courts, and yeah, basically wring out any kind of penny that they can from that person for daring to screw with their revenue. So that's primarily the reason for selecting this. In any case, let's move on to terms and conditions, which we have user agreement and privacy policy. Let's be honest, no one ever reads a single word of this. We're just going to select the box right here and move on. And this will then show us up with a setup using another device, which is the abhorrent crap from Google. It will show up with this kind of pop-up on your other device if you have one. And what this allows you to do is just move over your Google account through that weird kind of number matching thing where you get, 3 random numbers, pick a correct one that is showing on another device. Once you do it, it allows you to move over that Google account, and subsequently, with that Google account, there is tied information like your photos, your contacts, call logs, and other things if you chose to sync that, which chances are, considering how much Google pesters you to do this, and by mistake even when you try to skip this, you eventually do trip up and agree to this, and then Google is there right away to yoink all your data, even though it's more or less kind of stealing the data, because if I'm going to agree to something by complete mistake and you're constantly trying to get me to make that mistake, I would consider that to be theft of that data. But in any case, chances are if you uploaded that data to the cloud, it will show up on this device. But I recommend not using this because it's absolutely abhorrent as a restoration of data. It moves applications, moves is a generous definition of it. It actually just re-downloads them from Play Store. So that's in a way nice, but if an application came from outside of Play Store, it's not going to get touched, or it's not going to show up on this device. And also, if a application ceased to be on Play Store, let's say something like Yuzu Emulator, I think that was on Play Store, and Nintendo Hit Squad, on the other hand side, got to the developer of that application, and whoever created that application obviously would probably have higher chance of winning a war with US rather than winning in court with the Nintendo. So they decided to pull that application from Play Store. And in any case, the application that you downloaded or might have downloaded from Play Store still is on your old phone, but because it's no longer on Play Store, it's not going to show up here because Google, through their restoration process, has no way to pull this application from the Play Store because it no longer exists there. And instead of pulling it from your phone, they're going to only rely on their store. So, we're just going to skip it as it's an absolutely abhorrent process. And there is a much, much better one that comes included with this device, which I'm going to show at the end of the video, as we do need to finish up the setup to access it. In any case, next thing we have is insert SIM. Now, outside of just inserting a physical SIM card, you can also activate eSIM. eSIM being the digital version of a SIM card. And to do that, when you activate it, or when you select to activate it, and if you want to add one up, you will need to enable your Wi-Fi, because eSIM does need internet connection to be somehow activated. I'm not sure how that works, but it does require a network, so you will be forced to connect to some Wi-Fi, and then you will be able to add your eSIM. And also, additionally, when you activate your eSIM, the bottom tray of your SIM card, SIM number 2, becomes deactivated. So any cards placed on this tray at the bottom one basically gets ignored by the device. So only the top tray is at that point usable, because you can have 2 different numbers on here. One would be through eSIM, the other one would be through a physical SIM card, or 2 SIM cards as a physical ones. At that point, you can use both top and bottom tray, but even if you activate this but don't use an eSIM, bottom tray will become deactivated, the physical one. So you need to go into the settings and disable that. So anyway, let's move on. I'm going to skip this anyway. And this also moves you to connecting to network. It does it no matter if you choose to activate eSIM or not. This is basically the next step. So in here, you can connect to your Wi-Fi if you want to, or you can skip this. Now I'll be skipping it, so the setup will be a little bit shorter, skipping things like connecting to Google and I think Xiaomi account, as these typically do show up throughout the setup process if you have network connection. Now, next page, we have set screen lock. So we have 3 different things we can set up. Under screen locks, we have PIN, pattern, or password. So 3 different ones we can choose from. And then we have fingerprint and face recognition. Now, both fingerprint and face recognition are biometrics. And as such, they are not 100% reliable. So the phone will always force you to select something like PIN, pattern, or password as well on top of that. Now, I will only be choosing screen lock right here. And I'm going to select a pattern. Xiaomi does give you a little 5-second timer letting you know that you need to remember your password. Wow. No shit. Anyway, from here, I'm going to draw my pattern once, twice, confirm, and it's now set. And you can also check it out by just locking the device. And you can see it's already here. Now next, we have other options or services from Google. It's bold calling those services. It's more like spyware. So we have use location, allow scanning, send user and diagnostic data, and install updates and apps. So going over these, if you don't care about this, you can just feel free to skip forward, but I do want to kind of touch upon them. So use location, allow apps and services with location permission to use your device's location. Location accuracy uses information about wireless signals such as Wi-Fi, access points, cellular network towers, and GPS. So in any case, this is basically just a localization for your phone to track where it is located at. Now, it's by turning that off, you're not really turning anything off. Let's be completely honest about this. If you did, for instance, turning this off and opening up an application that would require this access to location, would mean that this application can't access that location. But I already know for a fact that that's not how that works, because, hey, you open up Tinder, it knows exactly where you are located at. So you see, this means absolutely nothing, and it's just like a as an option to make you think you're taking control of your life, but you're not. If you want to actually have control over your device and your data that is on it, use Graphene OS, and don't get baited by the news outlets and your governments telling you that this is the version of Android that is used by drug dealers and all that crap. It's just used by people that like privacy. And additionally, the other bullshit kind of excuse that if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about is also moronic, because people that make these laws apparently are the ones that aren't included in them, which is kind of hypocritical for them to come up with something that they don't need to deal with. Do they have something to hide? Because, hey, they shouldn't worry, right? So if it's fine for them to not be included in this, why the shit should you be included in this? In any case, next we have allow scanning, so allows apps and services to scan for Wi-Fi networks and nearby devices at any time, even when Wi-Fi or Bluetooth is off. Well, great. Need I say more? Now, keep in mind, this is off. It just prevents, supposedly, quotation mark, prevents applications and services from scanning for other signals, which usually when it would be scanning it would be using those specific means, right? But it also does, in this message, it logically thinking, it implies that Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, even when it's off, so when you turn it off, it's not actually off, it's just pretending to be, which also subsequently would mean that other devices can still scan for yours, which also subsequently means that when they scan for your device, they know where it is located at, as Wi-Fi and Bluetooth don't have a huge kind of area range. So other devices will roughly know where you're located at, and by that they also know this specific location here. So great that you just never have the option to ever be off, like not located. And moving to the last one here, being the send user and diagnostic data. Now, in this kind of default little label right here, I would say that any kind of data being sent from my device to anywhere would be user data in any case, and by turning that off, any kind of sharing of any data whatsoever should be turned off. But this is kind of like, again, misleading by the name. So what it basically implies is sharing the use case of your device with Google, so they can, quotation mark, improve it. Now, as a user of this device, being the Leitz phone, which you paid $2,500 for, I don't accept any kind of data sharing on this. There is no reason why you should ever share a single kilobyte of any kind of use case scenario for Google or Xiaomi to ever need to improve. At this price range, they should be on their knees improving this phone every single second of their existence without ever needing your data. It's in their interest to improve it, so next time you want to buy another Xiaomi because your experience was so freaking great with this one, if it's the same as a device that costs half the price and you still need to share your data, why the shit would you ever want to buy another one like this? So any kind of sharing from here is not in your interest. Turn that off. Let's be honest. If you're buying a product, it should be fully fledged, and if company wants to improve it, it's on them, not on you to share your data so they can sell it and then try to improve it based on that. It's in their interest to do it, so you have another reason to later on upgrade to another phone that works better. And by the way, going back to that Google bullshit, later on after September, if you're on the fence, Apple, Android, you might as well go with Apple. At least they give you privacy. And at that point, the two phones will work almost identical. So yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose, which leads me to the last option. Install updates and apps. By continuing, you agree to that the device may also automatically download and install updates and apps from Google. I don't need to read anymore. This is just basically like a blackmail right here. You need to continue to use the device, but by continuing, we're going to update your phone without your permission. But hey, you gave us permission by continuing. Now, I say, fuck you, Google, for this. I'm going to tell you how you can completely screw this out of your phone so it doesn't happen if you actually like your device to, have control over your device. And one of those best ways would be to try to get something like a custom ROM like Graphene OS. But because this is Xiaomi, it doesn't actually allow for Graphene OS, to be honest. That's usually reserved for Pixel phones, but there are other ROMs that you might be able to install. But in any case, sticking with this one here, there is actually a way you can kind of prevent Google from being able to force updates on your device. And if you don't know, Google does force updates onto you. Even when you go into the settings, turn off things like the system update, app updates, all that stuff, you can turn that off. And the moment Google has internet connection, they will actually update your device through something that is called OTA update services, which stands for over the air. That is a fancy way of calling something that is basically a forced update that you have no control over in a way. It's basically like a scammy way to do something behind your back. And it has a weird-ass name, so you don't even know what that is when you find it. So in general, to give you a little bit of an example of this feature being in use already, just not on the phones in this case, not yet, was from Samsung. Samsung was selling their smart fridges, the smart fridge that would give you a notification that you left the door open instead of closing it. And it also had a screen, so you can, pin little photos onto your fridge through a screen, or leave yourself notes on it, or make grocery lists. Well, that was a nice screen that Samsung decided that they're gonna use for also pushing advertisements to your fridge. And that is going to come, or did come, with a little update behind your back through over-the-air update services. So when that came in, that fridge that costed $3,000 started getting ads. Let that sink in. Anyway, so phones are also running the same thing. And Google will be using this soon enough to install that bullshit where they're going to prevent you from being able to install third-party applications as long as they haven't been signed by Google, forcing the developer to pay a ransom to have it signed, and also giving away their information so he can be found or she can be found. So there is a way around this, but this update services also is responsible for, as far as I know, installing the security patches. So when there's some kind of vulnerability discovered on Android, Google patches it up through this behind your back, which is done for your security in a way, so hackers can't exploit this. Now, this is happening only if the device is still being serviced by developer, which usually happens between like 3 to 5 years or 7 years, depending on the device and manufacturer. So after that life cycle is over, it no longer gets the security patches, but it still gets the garbage that Google will want to push to it. So what you can do in a way, in general, even if you don't care about that security, you can just straight up download an application that would allow you to view the background processes of the phone, the processes that are running in the background of the device, like the update services, and just straight up delete them. By deleting them, the phone can't really use something that isn't present there, so it can't do it. But like I said, that would also prevent Google from being able to load the security patches. But hey, honestly, at this point, I have never downloaded any kind of malware, and I download a lot of stupid shit from the internet. And at this point, I consider Google to be more of a malware on my device than the malware that I'm going to load up. So I think I'm going to be deleting that on my phone before September. In any case, now let's move on. So here we have basic settings. Now these are now from Xiaomi. That's why some of them are visible again, like location, system updates, sharing user and diagnostic data. We can turn all of those off again. I do want to also point out, you can see I'm turning them off and nothing is happening. I mean, apart from just turning them off. But then we have the other one that I just despise, the personalized ads, which is just a fancy way of saying the spyware. Spyware that checks what you talk about by listening to you or what you write about, and then sells this data so it can show you better advertisements that are more targeted towards you, which again is just for company profit. And when it comes down to a phone that costs $2,500, this is unacceptable. This shit shouldn't even be here. There is no reason why this phone should ever listen to anything, show any advertisements whatsoever at this price point. So turn that shit off right the hell away. And I also want to condemn this bullshit. So when you turn it off, not only does it give you a pop-up, unlike other options in here, but it also has the audacity to try to use reverse psychology, as usually when you try to take an action and it needs confirmation, that confirmation is in blue color. And it's also always located on the right side. But Xiaomi is using reverse psychology to try to trip you up, so you select to turn on and then move on forward without realizing that you left the option on. Unacceptable at this price point. In any case, there are some other crap in here, so you can go over this. I just want to talk about the single personalized ads, and next we can move on to the parental control. Turn it on if you want it. If you don't, you can just move on. Next we have font settings. So basically choose your font. Now we have default and whatever else we have. The only difference here is in reality in the size of it. This looks like it's just bigger. So anyway, let's stick with the default, move on. And here we can select our launcher, or basically home screen style. We have classic, which is selected by default, and this is where all your applications are present on your home screen between multiple pages. And the other one being app drawer, which I personally prefer. App drawer on here also has categories added at the top. Not the best implementation, but it's still nice that you can kind of look for applications in app drawer that is either alphabetically or categorized as a search. Next we have gesture navigation. Choose whichever one you prefer. Recent layout, just how your applications are being displayed. Choose whichever one you prefer. I do like the horizontal, something about just swiping applications upwards. It's a little bit more convenient and works better in my opinion. over the vertical, which you kind of swipe from like different sides. So I'm gonna stick with this one. And this basically finishes up the setup. Now, let's give it a moment before we can actually access our home screen. And I'm still going to show you that single application that I was talking for helping you migrate your data from an old device to this one. So I'm going to swipe up to the second page, and in here it's going to be under System Applications. Sometimes you might find this application under a folder called Tools, or also an app tray. You're looking for an app called Mi Mover. So right over here or here. And Mi Mover is the application that you will want to download on other device that you're going to be moving from, assuming it's not a Xiaomi. If it's a Xiaomi phone or tablet, this application is already there. So if you have a Samsung, you just need to download this application to Samsung and open it up, and this would allow you to connect these two phones together through a hotspot that they would create between each other, and you can then select every kind of shred of data that you want to move from one to another phone. And it is very extensive in terms of what you can move. You can move app data, applications, no matter where they came from, photos, videos, no matter how much of it there is. And this phone already comes with like a 0.5 terabyte of storage, so chances are you have enough storage on here. So highly recommend using that instead of the Google crap. So in any case, that basically sums up the video. So if you found it helpful, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching.
Hi, it's HardReset, and today I'll show you how to enable Always On Display on Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone. So first go into the settings, then scroll down to personalization, Always On Display, and enable. That's it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a like, and see you in the next one. Hi, it's HardReset, and today I'll show you how to shoot long exposure photos on Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone. So first go into the camera app, select Pro Photos, click on Shutter Speed, and select 30 seconds. And that's it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a like, and see you in the next one. Hi, it's HardReset, and today I'll show you how to shoot street photography in classic black and white on Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone. So first open the camera app, go into Photo, and Leica STD right here. Now scroll all the way to back and select one of them monochrome, for example natural, high contrast, model A, or blue. And as you can see, everything is in black and white. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a like, and see you in the next one.
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to reset up preferences on this device. So let's begin with opening the settings, and here we have to scroll and find apps. Then let's tap on the three dots icon in the right upper corner and go to other settings. Here, let's tap on Reset Up Preferences, and here your device is informing you what it will actually reset, so among others, disabled app notifications and background data restrictions for apps. What's more, no worries, you won't lose any app data, so simply tap on Reset Apps, and basically this is it. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to change the screen timeout on this device. So first of all, let's open the settings. Then we have to scroll and find the lock screen. And as you can see at the very top, we've got the option we're looking for. So simply tap on it. And here we've got some options from which we can choose. At the top, we've got relatively short options like 15 or 30 seconds. And at the bottom, the longest, which is 10 minutes in this device. So all you have to do is to tap on the option you'd like to use. I'll pick 2 minutes. And as you can see, it is immediately notified right here, which means that from now on, after 2 minutes of an activity, this device will black out. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to clear credentials on this device. So let's start with opening the settings, and here we have to scroll and find the option security and privacy. Then let's scroll down and find more security and privacy. And here scroll down and localize encryption and credentials, which is right here. Now let's simply tap on clear credentials and confirm it by tapping on OK. Now confirm everything with your screen lock, and as you can see, not only we've got this information, but also this option is inactive, which means that we just successfully removed all saved certificates. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can change icon size. First of all, go into settings. Then click on this section here called personalization. Now select icons and operate this slider to adjust them. You can check out preview at the top. When you finished, just go back. As you can see, my icons has changed. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can rename it. First of all, go into settings and tap on About Phone at the top. Now select the device name section and finally type in whatever you want to, like Sunny. When you're ready, click on this checkmark at the top right corner to save your changes. As you can see, after a few seconds, name of my Xiaomi has changed. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to change or show the battery percentage on the status bar in this device. So let's begin with opening the settings, and here we have to scroll and find the option notifications and status bar. Then let's scroll and find the option battery indicator, and as you can see here we've got 3 different options. So currently I've got the percentage next to the battery icon. As you can see, it is quite visible. It is shown on the right. We can also show it inside the battery icon, and as you can see it is much smaller, or we can display only the battery indicator. So it's completely up to you which option you prefer to use. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can resize phone. Begin by opening settings and scrolling a tiny bit to click on display and brightness. Then scroll again, this time to click on font settings, and operate this slider to adjust it. You can check out preview at the top. So when I do that and go back, I can see that size of my font has changed. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to check the serial number of this device. So let's start with the fastest way. Let's open the dialer and enter a code which is *#06#. And as you can see at the bottom of this pop-out window, we've got the serial number of this device. So this is the fastest way. And the second way is through the settings. So just open the settings. Here, let's go to About Phone and scroll down to find Detailed Info and Specs. Here, let's scroll down again and go to the status. Scroll again and find Model. Let's tap on it. And as you can see right here, we've got the serial number of this device. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to reset network preferences on this device. So let's start with opening the settings, and here we have to scroll and find more connectivity options. Here we've got the option Reset to Wi-Fi, Mobile Networks and Bluetooth, so just tap on it and tap on Reset Settings. Here, let's draw your pattern pin or password to confirm the whole step, and your device will again ask you whether you want to do it, because this might take several seconds and you will not be able to undo this action, so be aware about that. It is irreversible. So just tap on OK if you're ready, and now wait until you'll see this information, and it basically means that we just successfully reset network settings. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can find all your downloads. First of all, you need to find an app called File Manager and click on it. Now select Browse at the bottom right corner and click on Downloads after scrolling down over here. Now you can access any of your downloaded files by clicking on it. To manage it, use all of those options at the bottom, or hold it and operate all of those. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can clean storage. First of all, go into Settings and tap on About Phone at the top. Then select Storage, scroll all the way down and tap on Free App. Now wait, hit Consent and wait again. When you see Cleanup option, tap on it. And as you can see, after a few seconds, storage of my device was successfully cleaned. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can turn on or off auto rotation. First of all, go into Tab menu by swiping down from the top right corner of your screen. Now look for Lock Orientation shortcut, and when you find it, click on it. So when I do, it turns grey and the padlock opens. That means that auto rotation is now on because your phone is not locked in current orientation. To disable auto rotate, click on the same shortcut until it's white and a padlock closes. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to change video resolution on this device. So let's start with opening the camera app, and currently we are in the standard photo mode. So let's switch to the video one. Just tap on the video. If you can see the red color inside the shutter button, it means that for sure you're on the video mode. So now we can take a look at this option bar at the top, and on the right we've got two options. So here we've got the resolution, and here we've got frames per second. So all you have to do is to tap on the resolution, and as you can see in this device we've got 4 different options. So 8K, 4K, 1080p and 720p. So just tap on the option you'd like to use. I'll pick 8K, and as you can see it is notified immediately, and it means that from now on your device will use the chosen resolution whilst recording a video. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can turn on or off fast charging. Begin by opening Settings and scrolling to click on this section called Battery, available here. Now tap on Charging Options and click on Wired Charging Mode. Then select Top Speed to enable fast charging. As you can see, fast charging is on. To turn it off, click on Wired Charging Mode again and select Standard. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to turn off running apps on this device. So all you have to do is to open the recents, and depending on what kind of navigation type you've got set, you can do it differently. So if you've got the 3-button navigation, simply tap on the button with the 3 bars icon, and if you've got the gestures, swipe your finger from the bottom to the center of your device and hold it somewhere here like that. And here we've got the recents. So all you have to do is to tap on this X button right in the middle, right here, tap on it, and your device will immediately close the background apps. As you can see, it left one of those apps opened. If we will open the recents, you can see that we've still got the app opened, but no worries. All you have to do is to simply manually turn it off just by swiping it to the right or to the left. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to change the system language on this device. So let's start with opening the settings, and here we have to scroll all the way down to find additional settings. So just localize the option with 3 dots icon. Then let's tap on the second option, Languages and Input, and then tap on Languages that are at the top. So here we've been immediately transferred to the full list of available languages from which we can choose. So now all we have to do is to scroll and find the language that we would like to apply. So I'll pick Turkish. Just tap on the specific language, your device will immediately mark it, and after getting back you can see that it was immediately applied. So this process is really simplified. Let me change it to English again. So just tap on the option and tap on English, and as you can see it will be immediately set. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to check for the software updates on this device. So first of all, make sure that you've got the internet connection because it is required, and I highly recommend using Wi-Fi instead of mobile data, and then we can open the settings. Here, let's scroll all the way up and go to About Phone, and all you have to do is to tap on Xiaomi HyperOS. And now your device will basically check for the updates, and you can meet 2 different scenarios. So the first one is where your device is actually up to date and there's nothing to download. And the second one is where your device will find the update. It will show you the information about it, like here, what has been fixed, what has been added, basically all of the information about the new version. And all you have to do is to tap on An Update is Available, and then tap on Download Update, and after that your device will install the newest system version. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to forcefully restart your device. So this operation will be useful if for some reason your device stopped working properly, you cannot swipe, you cannot open something, you cannot close the app, etc. So to soft reset your device, you have to simply press the power button, which is located right here, and press it long enough until you'll see the black screen and then the developer's logo. So let me try to do it. Let me press this button and hold. As you can see here, we've got the information. We have to hold the power button for 12 seconds to force reboot your device. If you can't do anything here, you can of course use this ball and drag it to the reboot option. Here we've got black screen, which is a really good sign, but keep pressing the power button. I like to press it until I see that until I see the developer's logo, and now we can release the finger and simply wait until our device will be fully powered on again. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can delete a password from Password Manager. First of all, go into Settings and scroll down to tap on Google. Then select All Services. Scroll again and tap on Autofill with Google here. Now click on Google Password Manager. Select any password you wanna delete and enter your current login method. Don't worry, if you delete a password from here, it will only disappear from your manager. No app or account will be deleted. So just click on Delete and confirm your choice in the pop-up. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to clear the browser on this device. So let's start with opening the browser. In my case it will be Google Chrome, but no worries, and this operation is pretty similar in all of the browsers which are commonly used, so I'm pretty sure that you will be able to figure out how to do it on your own browser. So now let's tap on the three dots icon in the right upper corner and tap on Delete Browsing Data. So here we've got some basic options like visited websites, opened tabs, cookies cache and other site data. You can change the time range at the top from last 15 minutes to, for example, last 4 weeks or even all time. And then tap on delete data. However, if you'd like to remove some advanced browsing history, just tap on more options, and here we've got them. So we've got tabs, saved passwords, autofill from data and site settings. So just mark the options that you'd like to remove and change the time range at the top and tap on delete data. And as you can see here, we've got the information, and it means that we just successfully removed everything. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to clear cache automatically. So in this device we've got a specific option that it will allow us to clear cache automatically when the screen is locked. And to do that we have to open the settings. Here let's scroll down and find the battery. Let's tap. And here we've got additional features, so let's tap on it. And as you can see at the top, we've got the option clear cache when device is locked. So let's tap on it, and here we've got more options from which we can choose. I believe that by default it was set in 10 minutes, but you can set it in 1, 5, 10 or 30 minutes, or of course never if you don't really want to use this feature. But basically what it means is that whenever you will lock the screen, and for example I'll pick 10 minutes, and in those 10 minutes when the device is locked, it will automatically remove cache. So just choose the option which you like, and your device will apply it immediately. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to reset camera preferences on this device. So let's start with opening the camera app. Currently we are in the standard photo mode. The mode doesn't really matter because we will open general settings. As you can see here, we've got grid lines. I've applied them before I've started recording because I'd like to show you a visual evidence that the reset option will work. So basically the lines should disappear after resetting. So now all we have to do is to open more options. So swipe your finger from the top to the center, just like that, and then go to the settings. Simply tap on them. Then go to General and scroll all the way down. Now we have to tap on Other Settings, and at the very bottom we've got the option we're looking for, so Restore Default Settings. Just tap on it and tap on OK. As you can see, the settings flashed a little bit, so now we can go back to the camera and check, and as you can see the grid lines are not visible, which means that we just successfully reset all camera preferences. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can check a password in Passwords Manager. First of all, go into Settings. Now scroll all the way down to click on this section called Google. Following that, hit All Services. Scroll to click on Autofill with Google available here. And select Google Password Manager. Now to check any added password, click on it and enter your screen lock to confirm it's you. Lastly, use this eye icon next to your password to make it visible. Or, quick tip, if your password is too long, hit Edit and check it here. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to turn on the OTG connection on this device. So if for some reason your device didn't do it manually, all you have to do is to go to the settings. Here let's scroll all the way down to find additional settings. And here scroll all the way down again to find the OTG. Let's tap. So whenever you'd like to turn it on, simply plug in the OTG, the Type-C cable. As you can see, in my case, it was inactive because I had my charger plugged in. But now all we have to do is to simply tap on the switcher, and this option is active. Basically, if you'd like to turn it off, you can either turn it off manually, just by tapping on the switcher again, or you can simply leave it turned on because it will turn off automatically after 10 minutes of inactivity. So when it is not in use, your device will automatically turn it off. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can change default apps. First of all, go into Settings and scroll to click on Apps. Then select those three dots at the top right corner and click on Other Settings. Following that, click on Default Apps at the top and click on one of those sections you want to manage, like Browser. Then apply app you want by clicking on it and go back. As you can see, after a few seconds, my default app has changed. You can do that with all of those sections. If you ever wanna go back to defaults, click on Reset to Defaults at the bottom and confirm your choice in the pop-up. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can change display refresh rate. First of all, go into Settings and scroll to click on Display and Brightness. Now scroll again, this time to click on Refresh Rate, and tap on Default or Custom. If you decided to select Custom, after tapping on it, click on the refresh rate below it and apply one of those from the pop-up. If you decided to apply the highest one, click on Apps using high refresh rate that will appear here, and to deny any app using high refresh rate, use blue switcher next to it. To allow it, scroll all the way down and click on gray switcher. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can select and delete multiple photos at once. First of all, you need to locate and open Gallery app. Now tap on Photos or Albums. Don't worry, you can delete photos the same way, no matter from where. Just hold one you wanna get rid of, and click on Select All at the top right corner of all of those sections. Or to pick all of your photos, click on this icon of 3 check marks at the top right corner. Wherever you decided, when you're ready to keep some of your photos, slide your finger across the chosen ones. And then to get rid of the rest, use the Delete button at the bottom and confirm your choice in the pop-up. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can add photos to text message. Begin by launching Messages app and selecting or creating a chat. Wherever you decided, when you're ready to take a photo within Messages app and add it instantly, click on this icon of a photo at the bottom right corner. Then you need to use camera portion of your screen, take a pic, and once you do, it will be automatically attached. So all you need to do is send it. If you wish to pick already existing photos, use the same icon. This time, hold this line and drag it up. Now tap on all of your photos you wanna add, hit Done at the bottom right corner, and send them. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can edit password in Passwords Manager. Begin by opening Settings and scrolling to tap on Google section available here. Now select All Services. Scroll again and this time select Autofill with Google. Finally, after clicking on Google Password Manager, tap on any password you wanna edit. Enter your screen lock to confirm it's you. Select Edit button and change wherever you want to. Once you finish, make sure to click on Save at the top right corner. So when I do that, as you can see, my password has changed. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can change font style. Begin by opening Themes app and swiping at the top to the left. This way you can tap on fonts at the top right corner, select one of those and buy one if you want to, or pick one of the free ones and download it thanks to free button. Whatever you decided, when you're ready, hit apply and wait. So when I go back to check it out, I can see that style of my font has changed. If you want to go back to default font style or any other downloaded one, hit My Accounts at the bottom right corner, select Fonts, click on the one you wanna apply and hit Apply button. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can turn on and use one-handed mode. Begin by opening Settings and scrolling to click on this section called Additional Settings. Now tap on one-handed mode and use gray switcher to activate it. Following that, follow all of those instructions to use it. Turn on one-handed mode by swiping left or right from the center of the navigation panel. So when I do that, I can see that one-handed mode is working properly. To go back, you can either swipe up or click on this area at the top. To disable one-handed mode fully, go back to the same section in Settings and tap on No Blue switcher until it's gray. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can operate vibration settings. Begin by opening Devices Settings and scrolling a tiny bit to tap on Sound and Vibration. Then scroll again and begin by clicking on this switcher next to Vibrate Vocals to enable or disable incoming calls haptic feedback. Then tap on this one next to Vibrate in Silent Mode if you want to turn on or off vibrations when your device is muted. Lastly, use this switcher next to haptic feedback if you want to switch on or off haptic feedback response to gestures and system controls. If you decided you do want to enable this one, you can also adjust intensity thanks to this slider. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can turn on or off autocorrection. First of all, go into Settings. Then scroll all the way down to tap on Additional Settings here. And when you're ready, click on Languages and Input. Now select Manage Keyboards and finally Keyboard. When you're ready, click on Corrections and Suggestions to use this switcher next to Autocorrection. Thanks to it, you can turn it off or switch it on. Quick tip, if you decided you do want to use autocorrection, click on it on the left and use this switcher next to Undo Autocorrect on Backspace. Personally, I find this option really helpful, but if you won't like it, you already know where to disable it. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can check all specifications of this device. All you need to do is open Play Store and get this app called DevCheck Device and System Info from Flare to Developer. When it's ready, launch it. Then thanks to it, you can learn all the information about your device's dashboard, hardware, system, battery, network, apps, camera, and even sensors. Quick tip, when you go into dashboard, make sure to tap on all of those sections, not only to read all the information, but also because when you click on settings at the bottom right corner of each pop-up, you will get transferred to this section in your device's settings right away. It also works when you click on those gears at the top right corners. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and if you'd like to use the double tap to sleep, to turn off the screen, or double tap to wake it up, then let me show you how to do it. So we need to open two different settings. Let's start with the sleep option with double tap. All we have to do here is to go to the settings, then let's scroll and find the option home screen. And right here we've got this option, double tap an empty spot on the home screen to lock, and make sure that this option is turned on. So simply tap on the switcher, and if it looks like it means that now you can simply double tap and your device will lock itself. And if you'd like to wake your device when the screen is locked, so when you've got it locked and you will simply double tap and your device will show you the lock screen, then all you have to do here is to go to the settings, then let's scroll and find the lock screen. And as you can see here, we've got the option double tap to wake or turn off screen when device is locked. And again, make sure that this option is turned on so the switcher looks like it. And combining those two things will allow you to use double tap in two different scenarios, which are really useful. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to block a number on this device. So first of all, let's open your contact list. Tap on the dialer, tap on the three bars icon and go to your contacts. Now let's find the contact that you'd like to block and tap on it, and scroll all the way down to find the option block numbers. Just tap on it. Here you've got the information that you will no longer receive any incoming calls or text messages from this number, so just tap on block. And as you can see here, we've got this characteristic icon, and it means that the number has been blocked successfully. Of course, we can unblock it the same way, but let me leave it like this. We will check whether it will appear on the blacklist. So the second way of blocking the number requires entering the blacklist itself. So just tap on the three bars icon again and go to the settings. Here, let's go to blocked numbers, and as you can see, this is our blacklist. That's the number we blocked from our contacts. Here we can also tap on add a number and enter it manually. Tap on block and it will be immediately blocked. Moreover, at the top we've got the option unknown. You can turn it on and off just by using the switcher, and basically you can block the calls from all unidentified callers. If you'd like to unblock the number, just tap on this X button right next to it and tap on unblock. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can enable suggestion strip at the top of your keyboard. If you don't have a suggestion strip, you need to click on Settings and scroll all the way down to tap on Additional Settings. Now select Languages and Input, Manage Keyboards, and Keyboard. Following that, click on Corrections and Suggestions to scroll down and use gray switcher next to Suggestion Strip. This way you can turn it on. If you ever wanna switch it off, just use the same no blue switcher. Either way, when you're ready, go back to your keyboard to check out that suggestion strip is now visible. Quick tip, if you want to access the same settings now, you can click on gear icon at the top of your keyboard to access them in a few seconds. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to control notification sounds separately. And you can ask, what does it mean? So basically, if you're annoyed with the fact that you cannot really control the notification sound separately from the sound volume itself, then I can show you how to fix it. So whenever I'm trying to use volume up or volume up or volume down button, and I'm opening more modes, you can see that we've got only 3 of them. So we've got the media, ringtone, and the alarm sound. And to add the notifications here, we have to open the settings, then scroll and find sound and vibration. Then let's scroll down to the very bottom to find additional settings. And here we've got the option control notification sounds. So let's tap on the switcher on this option, and now we can adjust the volume of the notification sound separately. So let's check it. Let me just press the volume and open the options. And as you can see here, we've got this additional bar, which is simply connected with the notifications, so we can separately change the volume for the notifications and for the, I don't know, media, for example, or the ringtone. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Welcome to our channel. In this video I will show you how to find list of message alerts and change message notification sound on Leitz phone. First of all, go to the settings, find sound and vibration, here notifications, pre-installed ringtones, notifications. Now let's come with all possible options. That's all. Thanks for watching the video. Please subscribe and press like button. Goodbye.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can turn on or off app notifications. First of all, go into Settings and scroll to click on Notifications and Status Bar. Then tap on App Notifications here And before doing anything, tap on Sort By to pick one of those options. This way, you can sort your apps by time of received notifications, number of notifications, see apps that can show notifications, or apps with notifications already blocked. Wherever you decided, when you're done, use blue switches next to your apps from which you want to block them, or gray ones to turn them back on. Quick tip, you can also tap on any app on the left and not only turn on or off notifications at the top, but also check out all of those notifications options for chosen app. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to update the apps on this device. So first of all, make sure that you've got the internet connection, and I highly recommend using Wi-Fi instead of mobile data. And then let's open the Play Store. Be aware, you will be able to use and to follow my steps if you've got your Google account added to the device. If not, you can do it right now, I mean after entering the Play Store or through the settings. You can check our tutorial of how to add or remove a Google account in this specific device. Let me enter the password to verify the purchases instantly, and I will come back in the main page of Google Play Store. Alright, so this is what you will see after opening the Google Play Store. So now let's simply tap on the circle in the right upper corner, which is your account. Then tap on Manage Apps and Device, and here tap on Updates Available. And as you can see, this is the list of all updates pending, and basically it's up to you what you'd like to do. You can either tap on Update All, and your device will and download all of the available updates, or you can simply go through the list and tap on update next to the specific app. So it's completely up to you. I will update all, and now the device will download the updates, and after that they will be successfully installed and automatically updated. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to allow unknown sources on this device. So let's start with opening the settings, and here we have to scroll and find the apps. Sorry, not apps. Security and privacy, which is right above the apps. Then scroll all the way down to find more security and privacy, so the last option, and here tap on the first option, special permissions. Then let's scroll down and find install unknown apps. And as you can see here, we've got the list of apps which are allowed or not allowed to install some content, and of course you can change it. So let's pretend I'd like to download the app from Chrome, from a specific website. So let me find it in the list, tap on it, and then tap on the switcher next to allow from the source. Right here we've got the warning that we are doing it on your own responsibility. Some third-party apps aren't verified by the developer, so you may put your data and actually whole device at risk, so remember about that and choose the apps wisely. You have to mark this statement that you're aware of the possible risks and tap on OK. Now, as you can see, the Chrome is allowed to install some content. And of course, you can always remove previously granted permissions. Just tap on the app and tap on the switcher at the top. And after getting back, you can see that the Chrome is not allowed to install anything. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can turn on or off auto brightness. First of all, go into Tab menu. To do that, swipe down from the top right corner of your screen. Now, to manage adaptive brightness, you can either hold brightness slider and click on Auto Brightness at the bottom left corner of the pop-up to turn it on or switch it off. Then tap on Blurry Area to go back, or add Auto Brightness shortcut. Scroll, hit Edit at the bottom, tap on blue plus at the top right corner of this shortcut, hold it, move it wherever you want to, let go, and tap on this check mark at the top right corner. Then tap on it to switch it on or turn it off. Last but not least, you can also go into settings, scroll a tiny bit to tap on display and brightness, and then use this switcher next to automatic brightness to manage it. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can connect it to printer. First of all, go into settings and tap on more connectivity options available here. Now select printing. Click on System Printing Service, Xiaomi Home, or any other printing service you have and wanna use. Don't worry, they all turn on the same way, so click on yours and make sure this switcher is blue. Your device is now looking for a printer, and when it finds one, it will connect to it. If you still can't connect though, enable Print Service and click on More at the bottom. Then choose Add Printer. Click on this switcher next to Wi-Fi Direct Printing if your printer supports it, and choose Allow in the pop-up. Then tap on Find Wi-Fi Direct Printers and let your Xiaomi to look for yours. You can also tap Add Printer by IP address, import it here, and connect manually by clicking on Add. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can set up face unlock. First of all, go into settings and scroll to click on this section called Fingerprints, Face Data, and Screen Lock. Then select Face Unlock under Screen Lock and enter your current login method to continue. Now select Start. Wait 5 seconds to choose Next in Attention pop-up, then keep your face in frame and follow all of the instructions from your screen. Name your face data however you want to. If you want to, tap on Done. And manage all of those options however you wish, but make sure this one is enabled. Unlock using face data. Without it, you won't be able to use face recognition to unlock your Xiaomi. Then go back. So when I switch off my screen, turn it back on and look at it, I can see that face unlock is working properly. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can add emergency numbers. First of all, go into Settings and scroll to click on Safety and Emergency. Then click on Emergency Contacts. Click on Change Settings, and before doing anything, make sure Show Unlocked is enabled. Without it, your emergency numbers won't be accessible from locked screen. Then go back, tap on Add Contact, and click on the one you wanna set up. Then do exactly the same with all the other ones you need. To manage any of those, click on those 3 dots next to the chosen one and decide if you want to move it up, move it down, or remove it from the list. If you wish to remove it, confirm your choice in the pop-up. So now when I go back, switch off my screen, turn it back on and swipe up to click on emergency on the left, I need to swipe this blue icon to the right to see my emergency contacts were successfully added. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can change sleep time to never. Begin by opening Play Store and downloading free app called Caffeine Keep Screen On. It has to be from this developer. When your app is ready, launch it. Hit OK in Welcome pop-up and tap on Timeout to make sure Infinite is on. Now to set it up, go into Tab menu by swiping down from the top right corner of your screen. Scroll down a tiny bit to hit Edit. Scroll all the way down and add Caffeine shortcut thanks to this plus at the top right corner of it. Swipe up, hold your shortcut and place it wherever you wish. When you're done, use this icon of a checkmark at the top right corner to save your changes. Now it's time to click on Caffeine shortcut. Use gray switcher next to allow modifying system settings. Go back and tap on the same shortcut again, this time to activate it. If you wanna switch it off, click on the same one until it's gray. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can turn on and use voice typing. First of all, launch your keyboard and tap on Microphone at the top right corner. Then select while using the app in the pop-up and start typing. As you can see, voice typing is on. If you wanna stop, you can pause or use the same microphone. If you don't have a microphone icon though, all you need to do is click on this gear, select voice typing and use this switcher to activate it. Then tap on it and use it. Quick tip, you can also tap on your microphone and tap on tiny icon that will appear right next to it. This one. Then choose Next, select Done and enjoy using voice typing from this toolbar. To delete text on the go, tap on this button with an X. To move it around, hold it, drag it and place it wherever you want to. To access some available options, click on those three lines on the left. And to go back to standard keyboard, hit keyboard icon. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can set up screen lock. First of all, go into Settings and scroll to click on Fingerprints, Face Data and Screen Lock. Now tap on Screen Lock at the top left corner of this section and pick one of those login methods, pattern, PIN or password. After you decided, wait 5 seconds and select Got it in the pop-up. Now it's time to create your login method. If you made a mistake, hit clear at the bottom left corner and redo it, and then repeat it to confirm it. When you're done, hit confirm. If you wanna add your fingerprint right away, you can do that by tapping on Add in the pop-up and following all of the instructions from your screen. If you don't tap on Cancel, you can always do it later by tapping on Fingerprint section right next to Screen Lock 1. Either way, let's check it out. When I switch off my screen, turn it back on and swipe up, I can see that Screen Lock is now required. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to change date and time on this device. So let's start with opening the settings, and here we have to scroll all the way down to find additional settings. Then let's tap on date and time at the top, and here let's first of all turn off all of those switchers here to actually be able to change date and time manually. So now we can tap on date and change the day, month and a year just by swiping, tap on OK. The same situation with the time, so just swipe and tap on OK to confirm. We can also change the time format just by using the switcher. So now we've got the 24-hour one, and we can set the 12-hour format just by turning it off. And this is the only format that we can change here. We cannot change, for example, the date format. Here in the time zone, we can tap on select time zone, tap on the region, and here we've got the full list of available regions, so just find yours and then tap on it. It will be immediately set. The dual clock, basically this feature is, the whole idea of this feature is that your device will show you two different clocks, and the first one with the time from the place you're currently in, and the second one from any other place of your choice. You can choose it here just by tapping on the second clock and choosing a specific region. So this is the whole manual customization of date and time. Of course, if you'd like to get back to all previous settings, just tap on this time zone to be set automatically, and automatic date and time. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
In front of me is Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can operate apps permissions. First of all, go into Settings and scroll to click on this section called Security and Privacy. Then scroll all the way down to tap on Privacy Controls and select Permission Manager. Now it's time to pick any feature you wanna manage, like camera, and select one of your apps under one of those sections. Allowed all the time, allowed only while the news, or not allowed. Let's go with AliExpress from not allowed one. Now apply one of those options. In my case, camera access for this app, allow only while using the app, ask every time, or don't allow. I will go with the first one, so when I go back and swipe up, I can see that AliExpress gained access to my camera while I'm using this app. But you can always tap on any feature, select an app you wanna manage, and select tiny text instead. See all permissions. This way you can manage all of those only for chosen app the same way. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to set the camera timer on this device. So let's start with opening the camera app, And currently we are in the standard photo mode, which is great because all we have to do now is to open the settings. So just tap on this arrow here, or you can swipe your finger from the top to the center. And now we've got this bar with additional options. Here we've got the timer, so let's simply tap on it. And in this device we've got 4 different options, so off, 3, 5 and 10 seconds delay. So just tap on the option I'd like to use. I'll pick 10 seconds, and as you can see, it is set. We've got the timer applied, so now we can go back to the camera and tap on the shutter button. And as you can see, from now on our device will count down from 10, 5 or 3, depending on which option you've chosen, and after that time it will take a photo. Alright, so this is how it works. As you can see, right now we've got this additional timer, and I mean the whole process was delayed. It is because our device will automatically turn on the night mode or something like that. So we can turn it on just by tapping on, turn it off, sorry, just by tapping on the switcher, and if this option is crossed out, it means that it was turned off. So this is how it works with the timer. Of course, you can change the countdown, choose 3 seconds, and from now on your device will count down from 3. And as you can see, we do not have this additional delay. And if you'd like to turn off the timer, just tap on the timer again and tap on this crossed out icon. And now your device will take photos right after touching the shutter button. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to add or remove a Google account in this device. So first of all, make sure that you've got the internet connection because it is required, and then let's open the settings. Here we have to scroll down and find additional settings. Scroll down again and find accounts and sync, and here tap on add account. Choose Google and make sure that you've got the internet connection. Just a reminder, here we have to enter our screen lock to confirm the whole step, so just do it. And here in this step you can either create a new account if you do not have your own yet, or simply type your email or phone. So let me do it and tap on next. So right here we have to enter the password, so simply do it and tap on next. Here we have to decide who will be using this device, so just mark the option and tap on next. Google Terms of Service and Privacy Policy, you can tap on them to learn more and tap on I agree after reading. Here we've got the backup section, so it's up to you whether you want to manage it. I will just tap on Don't Backup, and as you can see, we just successfully added our Google account to this device. Of course, you can also remove the Google account whenever you want to. Just tap on it, tap on More, and tap on Remove Account. Tap on Remove Account again, tap on OK, enter the screen lock to confirm, and as you can see, it will immediately disappear. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to change the keyboard language on this device. So let's start with the app, and that will provide you with the keyboard. So for example, messages, notes, browser, settings, whatever. Just have the keyboard on the screen, and now all you have to do is to tap on the settings icon. Then let's go to languages, and here tap on add keyboard. So here we've been transferred to the full list of available keyboards from which we can choose. So all you have to do is to basically find your language and then tap on it. So I'll pick maybe this one, maybe not, because I'd like to show you maybe this one, because I want to show you the graphical language to actually see the difference. So here we've got our new language, and in this section we can choose the keyboard layouts. So now we've got one layout, but it strongly depends on the specific language. Sometimes you will have up to 7 different keyboard layouts. So just tap on Done. And as you can see, we just successfully added the language to the list. And before I'll show you how to remove the previous language, I'd like to show you how to use the keyboard with 2 or more languages added. So after getting back to the keyboard, you will have this hint that you've got a new icon, which is called globe icon. thanks to which you can actually change the language. So now we've got English, and after tapping on the globe icon, we can switch to the other language. And this is how it works. And if you'd like to remove the language, simply tap on this settings icon, tap on the languages, and tap on edit in the right upper corner. Mark the language that you'd like to remove and tap on the remove icon in the right upper corner. We've got only English left on the list, and as you can see, the globe icon disappeared, which means that we've got only one language applied. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can turn on and use keyboard clipboard. Start by launching your keyboard and tapping on clipboard at the top of it. Then use this switcher at the top right corner to activate it, and go back thanks to this arrow at the top left one. Now, to use clipboard, copy or cut any text. To paste it instantly, tap on it at the top of your keyboard. To paste it later on, click on clipboard and tap on your text here. Now, if you want to paste it after an hour, you need to pin it or it will disappear. To do that, hold it and tap on pin icon. You can unpin it the same way. If you wanna delete it, you can swipe it to the right, swipe it to the left, or hold it and click on delete. If you wish to edit anything from clipboard, hold it as well. Tap on edit button here and save your changes by tapping on save in the pop-up. If you want to, you can also click on this pen at the top right corner, pick anything you wish from clipboard and manage it thanks to those two buttons, to pin it or unpin it, or to delete it. Lastly, to disable clipboard completely, use the same switcher as before. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can delete Google search bar from home screen. First of all, you need to hold your search bar and wait for this pop-up to show. When it does, tap on remove and wait. As you can see, after a few seconds, my search bar was successfully deleted. If you wanna restore it, pinch your display. When you see all of those options, select widgets. And then click on this icon at the top right corner. This way you can find the Google app, and locate this widget, or you can use alphabet on the right. Click on Google here and swipe to the left once to tap on Add to Home Screen under Search Bar. Either way, this way you will add to home screen. If you want to move it around, hold it and drag it. Then place it wherever you want to, let go, and tap on Home button. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can change this device's theme. First of all, you need to open Themes app and click on Themes at the top. Then you can pick any of available themes. Unfortunately, today something is not quite right with Themes app, so I will try the second option. Go into Categories, pick one of those, or click on the search bar and type in whatever you wish. Then you can pick a perfect theme for you. Buy one or pick one of the free ones. And wherever you decided, when you're ready, hit download. Let's go with this one. Now if you see this pop-up, you can pick a different theme or risk it and hit got it. Then wait, tap on apply, and to exclude anything from, for example, if you don't want to change your icons, click on icons option and tap on apply then. I will go with all of those though and hit apply right away. So when I go back to check it out, I can see that theme of my Xiaomi has changed. If you wanna go back to the default one or any other downloaded one, go back to Themes app, tap on My Account at the bottom right corner, select Themes at the top, and tap on one of those, or any other that you downloaded. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye!
Welcome to our channel. In this video, I will show you how to find list of ringtones, change ringtone on Leitz phone. First of all, go to the settings. Here, sound and vibration. Ringtone. Pre-installed ringtone. Now let's come with all possible options. That's all. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and press like button below the video. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to activate automatic software updates on this device. So let's start with opening the settings, and here tap on About Phone at the top. Now let's tap on Xiaomi HyperOS and let your device check for the updates, and if you've got the update pending, simply tap on An update is available, like you're stating it. And now you have to do it until you will find this 3 dot icon in the right upper corner. So let's tap on it if you've got one, and then tap on Settings. And as you can see here, we've got 3 different options which are connected with downloads and updates. Let's pretend I've got all of them turned off, so I can show you step by step which you should turn on. So first of all, the option download automatically. Let's just tap on it, because your device will not only check for the updates, but also it will immediately download it if it can find the any kind of new version, of course whenever it is connected to the Wi-Fi. And it is important because under it we've got the option download using mobile data or data. And to be honest, I highly recommend to keep this option turned off, because you can simply avoid some different charges. The packages connected with the updates are large, and downloading them via mobile data, I can say that it could be quite expensive. So just make sure that the second option is turned off. And here we've got the updates, the option update automatically. I highly recommend to turn it on, because your device will not only download the update, but it will also automatically update or apply the update. It will usually happen at night when you're not using the device, so you won't be bothered with this operation, and when you will wake up you will have a brand new system. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to check the total screen time on this device. So let's begin with opening the settings. And here we have to scroll down in order to find the option digital well-being and parental control. Let's tap. As you can see right here, we've got the graph, and that will show us for how long we've been using this device today. And in my case, it is 1 hour and 10 minutes. And most of the time I've spent on the settings, and then the camera and the other. If you'd like to check some further details, you can tap inside the graph and you will be transferred to the dashboard, where you've got the screen time in particular days of the week. You can compare them. As you can see, I've got the records for the whole week. We can tap on the specific day and check for how long we've been using the device. I mean we can check the screen time. And under it, we've got the list of apps that we've been using with specific time we've spent on them. So that's also the thing you can compare. Moreover, if you'd like to, you can tap directly on the app, for example, the camera. And again, we've got the dashboard, but this time it is tightly connected with this one app, so we can check the data for the camera itself. After getting back, you can also find ways to disconnect. I will not discuss all of them, but for example, the app timers. Let's tap. If you will decide that you're spending too much time on a specific app, you can kind of block it. So let's pretend that I'm spending too much time on the camera. So just find it in the list and tap on this hourglass icon. And now we can set the timer. So for example, I can set it for 30 minutes, and it means that I can use the camera for 30 minutes during a day. And after that time, the app will be blocked, and the timer will reset at midnight, and tomorrow again I will be able to use it for 30 minutes. To be honest, I really highly recommend to use this option. It can really significantly limit the time we are spending on the specific app. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to enable the Google backup on this device. So first of all, make sure that you've got the internet connection because it is required, and then let's open the settings. Here, let's tap on About Phone, scroll down and go to Backup and Restore. As you can see right here, we've got the Google Backup section, so just tap on Backup, and here tap on Next. Tap on Add Account, and make sure again that you've got the internet connection because it is required. Enter your screen lock to confirm everything. And because I do not have my Google account added to the device, I have to do it right now. If you've got one, you will be just able to choose it from the list. So if you don't have one, you can of course create the account here, or simply type your email or phone. So let me do it and tap on Next. Right here we have to enter the password. So simply do it and tap on Next. Here we have to decide who will be using this device, so just mark the option and tap on Next. Google Terms of Service and Privacy Policy, you can tap on them to learn more and tap on I agree after reading. Here we can decide what kind of data we'd like to backup, so photos and videos or other device data. Just mark the option. I'll pick this one, but of course you can pick both, and tap on Confirm. As you can see, we just successfully added our account, so we can tap on Other Device Data. And here we will have the backup details, so we can check what has already been backed up. You can check how much space you've got left. You can manage the storage, so for example, remove some unnecessary files. I highly recommend to keep this option turned off, so you can avoid some charges. And to finish everything, simply come back to the previous page and tap on Backup Now. And now your device is backing up the data. Of course, you will have to confirm everything with your screen lock, so let me do it. And we have to simply wait. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can open apps in split screen view. First of all, select an app you want to use in this view and launch it in the background. Now hold it and click on this icon of the rectangles on the left, or in some cases on the right. This one under a padlock. Now choose any other app from the background or click on Home button and click on one here. Either way, after a few seconds you can enjoy both of your apps at once. To go back from this view, you can either go into background apps and swipe them like you would any other one, or hold this line. You can drag it a little bit in order to resize your apps, or drag one all the way down, all the way up, and tap on Home button to close the remaining one. But what most people miss is that you can actually click on those three dots at the top of each app. This way you will get all of those options. The X one will close one of your apps, so you can switch it to another one. This one on the left will open chosen app in full screen view instantly. And this one will switch places of your apps. If you want to, you can also pick one of those apps and open it as a pop-up window. Click on this icon to do it. To go back to split screen, use the same three dots and tap on split screen option, like that. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can open apps in pop-up view. Begin by selecting an app you want to use in this view and access it in the background like that. Then hold it until you see all of those options on the side. When you do, click on this one. Then select Next, hit Start, and enjoy using your app in this window. To move it around, hold those three dots at the top and drag it. To scale it, hold one of its bottom corners and drag it as well. If you want to close your window, hold this line at the bottom and swipe it up. If you wish to, you can use the same one, but this time drag it down to access your app in full screen view instead. But what most people miss is that you should click on those three dots at the top to check out all of those options. This X to close your app, this icon here on the left to use it in full screen view, and my personal favorite, to switch from pop-up to split screen, click on one of those split screen icons, tap on the second app you wanna use, and operate in both. If you wanna switch back to pop-up, tap on 3 dots at the top of your app and select this icon. Then tap on Home button and click on Tiny Window. If you wish to minimize your app, tap on Home button and slide Tiny Window to the side. Then access it by clicking on the bubble and on the little window. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye! In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can operate a voice recorder. First of all, you need to open Recorder app and tap on this gear at the top right corner. Now check out and manage all of those options however you want to. Once you're done, go back and start recording thanks to this button at the bottom. Click on while using the app in the pop-up, allow in the second one, and record your voice memo. To pause it or unpause it, use this button at the bottom right corner. To switch language of your AI speech recognition, tap on Language section here and select yours. If you want to make this section disappear, click on this plus at the top right corner. If you want to add a bookmark, unpause your recording and hit mark over here. In order to add a photo mark, select camera icon at the bottom left corner, click on while using the app, click on it again, take a photo, and to discard it, use this X. To add it, tap on the check mark. If you want to end and save your recording, click on the same middle button. As you can see, mine was successfully created. To play it, click on it and tap on Allow. To manage it, use those options at the bottom or those 3 dots at the top right corner. You can also hold your recording here and manage it thanks to those options. For example, to rename it or delete it. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to add the fingerprint to this device. So let's start with opening the settings, and here we have to scroll and find the fingerprints, face data and screen lock. Let's tap on fingerprint unlock. And if you've got any kind of screen lock, you just have to enter it to confirm the whole step, and you will be transferred to another step, the next one. And if you do not have the screen lock, your device will ask you to add it right now. It is because that if for some reason the fingerprint sensor won't work, then you will still be able to unlock your device with the pattern, PIN or password. Alright, so just do it. I will simply enter my pattern, and here we've got the instructions what we need to do. So we will have our fingerprint sensor, and all we have to do is to simply just kind of rotate the finger slightly on this sensor to add it. So just tap on record. Here we've got also the information about the screen protector tip. So basically what I highly recommend to do is to first of all add the screen protector, apply it, and after that add your fingerprint because the screen protector might affect the recognition. Tap on got it, and as you can see here we've got the fingerprint scanner, so just kind of rotate your finger over it and your device will just record everything, and it's quite easy. So just tap on done, and this is our fingerprint section, and this is the fingerprint we just added. We can rename it or remove it, add another fingerprint. Here we can decide for what we want to use our fingerprint for. Here we've got the fingerprint recognition, which is basically the animation that we can use. So here we've got the minimalistic ones, and here we've got neon ones. So you have to download it, just make sure that you've got the internet connection, but you can use it. And you can decide whether you want to display it or not, because maybe you're not the biggest fan of the animation. It's up to you. And here you can decide whether you want to show the fingerprint icon when the screen is off. So now all I have to do is to lock the device and check if it is working. So here we've got our sensor. Let me put my finger on it. And as you can see, that was quite fast, and the device is unblocked, and it means that we just successfully added the fingerprint. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Welcome. In front of me is a Xiaomi Leitz phone, and today I will show you how you can put this device into recovery mode. So, to get started, you will want to turn off your device. Now, by default, you would need to press the power button and the volume up at the same time, which would bring up your boot options. Or alternatively, you might need to hold the power button, and even when you get the Gemini, you continue holding it till you get this boot options visible. From here, you want to swipe up to turn off your device. And once the phone turns off, you want to hold power button and volume up. After a moment, when you see the Mi logo on a screen, let go of the power button, but keep holding volume up. And as you can see, this takes us to the recovery mode. And here we don't have very many options. We have reboot, which takes us back to Android, wipe data, connect with Mi Assistant, and restore system. Now under wipe data, we only have factory reset. Now you navigate through these options using volume buttons, and power button is used to confirm whatever is selected. As actually being set in, here we have wipe data and restore or reset some settings or all settings. So as you can see, you navigate volume buttons and power button to confirm. So anyway, I'm gonna now stick with the reboot, confirm it, reboot to system, and this will just leave this mode and bring me back to Android. And there we go. So, if you found this very helpful, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can set up app lock. First of all, go into settings and scroll to click on apps. Then select app lock here and choose password type. You can use your screen lock or create privacy protection password that will be used only for your apps. Let's go with it. Hit turn on. Choose setup in this pop-up and then hit other password. Now pick one of those login methods you want to set up as your app lock. Custom PIN, password, or pattern. Create it. If you made a mistake, tap at the bottom left corner and redo it. When you're ready, repeat it to confirm it, and then hit OK at the bottom right corner. You can add your Xiaomi account right away or choose Not Now and do it later. Now, if you want to lock all of those apps, tap on Use App Lock right away. If you don't, you need to click on all of them and check for 0 over here. Then tap on Use App Lock, and finally to lock any app, use gray switcher next to it. Then go back. So now when I try to access my Amazon, icons that pattern is required. To disable app lock from any app, go back to the same section in Settings. Enter your login method you used to lock your apps and tap on No Blue switcher. Last but not least, to disable app lock completely from your Xiaomi, click on this gear at the top right corner, use blue switcher next to app lock, and confirm your choice in the pop-up. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to enable the night light or eye comfort mode. So let's begin with opening the settings, and here we have to scroll and find the option display and brightness. Then let's scroll down and go to reading mode. So this is the eye comfort mode in this device, so just tap on it and tap on the switcher at the top. Probably you cannot really see any kind of difference. Let me quickly switch to the light mode. And here in the reading mode we've got two different options, so the cycle one and classic. The cycle one is more automatic, you cannot really customize it, so let me simply omit it and go to the classic. So just tap on the classic option, and now you can see that the screen turns a little bit yellowish or amber. It is in order to filter the blue light. What's more, it will be much easier for you to look at the screen at the dim light, so if you're a night owl, then I highly recommend to use this mode. So let's tap on this arrow here to actually customize the classic option. And here we've got the color temperature switcher. Right now we've got it on this neutral option, I would say. We can go to the left to make it cooler and go to the right to make it warmer. We can also apply this texture option. I'm not sure if you will see it. But right now it is turned off. If you will go to the right, you can apply this paper-like texture to the background. It's up to you whether you want to use this effect or not. I think I will simply turn it off. And the colors, we can display full colors just like they are displayed right now. We can display light colors, so the colors are a little bit blurred, maybe not blurred, but pale and washed out. Or we can use black and white colors, so everything will be displayed in monochromatic way, which is quite cool. But I will restore the defaults. Let me go to the warmest section, and this is the manual customization of the reading mode. And if you'd like to turn it on quicker, simply unroll the upper panel, the control center, and go to edit, because we do not have the eye comfort mode here, so just tap on edit, and let's localize it in the system toggles. The reading mode is right here, so just tap on this plus icon on it and tap on this tick icon in the right upper corner to confirm everything. And as you can see, the the eye comfort mode will be right now applied in the control center, so you can quickly turn it off just by tapping on it and tap on it again to turn it on. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to change the ringtone on this device. So let's begin with opening the settings, and here let's scroll and find sound and vibration. Then let's tap on this ringtone section at the top. And we've been transferred to the themes, so it is a separate app with wallpapers, ringtones, fonts, etc. So those that we can download. If you don't want to download anything, just enter pre-installed ringtones or choose local ringtones, so you will be able to find those which are pre-installed on the device. You do not need the internet connection. But if you'd like to choose something from the themes, you need the internet connection to be able to download them. But they are free of charge, and I highly recommend to check them because here you've got plenty of beautiful options to choose from. So let me pick, maybe first of all I'll show you something from the pre-installed ringtones, and after that I'll pick something from the themes. So simply tap on pre-installed ringtones, tap on ringtone again, and here we've got those which are pre-installed. So all you have to do is to tap on the ringer is silenced. Okay, how about now? Yes. Oh, sorry, just give me a second. Okay, so if you'd like to listen how the ringtone sounds, simply tap on it and it will be immediately applied. As you can see, it is marked. So this is how it works in the pre-installed ringtones. If you'd like to download something, simply go to any of those categories. I'll pick something from the nature, and let me tap, for example, on this one. And this is how you can check. Oh, so it's probably better for the notification. So maybe something longer, maybe this one, our song. And basically this is how it works. You have to simply tap on it and listen how it sounds and whether you like it or not. So let's pretend I'd like to set this our song as my ringtone. So all I have to do now is to tap on this bell icon. And now I can choose where I want to set it. So I'll pick ringtone. Now our device will download the ringtone, and here we've got the information that it was applied successfully. So we can go back, and as you can see in this section, we've got the name of the ringtone we've just chosen, which means that from now on our device will use it to notify us about the incoming call. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to add the photo to a contact in this device. So let's start with opening your contact list, for example with the usage of the dialer. Just tap on it, tap on this 3 bars icon in the left upper corner and go to contacts. So this is the list of all contacts. Let me find the contact which I'd like to edit, for example this one. So just tap on the contact and tap on this edit icon in the right upper corner, so the pencil icon. Here we've got the picture and calling card, and even though the calling card is a great option, I will focus on the picture as the title of this video says. But to be honest, I highly recommend to set also the calling card, because you can apply a beautiful background that you can see whenever someone is calling you. So it is a great option. But let's focus on the picture. So just tap on the circle. And now we've been transferred to the list of available albums or categories from which you can choose the photo from. In the device photos, we can open our own gallery and choose our own photo, or we can immediately open the camera app and take a photo of someone who's right in front of us. In Google Photos, we've got a backed up photo, so let me just omit that. Here we can use the monogram, so either 1 or 2 different or same letters. We can change the background colors, we can change the font. As you can see, we've got plenty of options to choose from. We can also use emoji, so just tap on it, tap on this emoji, and you can choose it from the list. It's also a nice option, for example this one. You can also change the background color. Here we've got a lot of colors. Moreover, we've got this option monochrome, so now it is, well, emoji, but after tapping on this switcher here, we can make it more icon-like. And illustrations, which are free of charge, and they are available online. So if you don't feel like using monogram, you don't really want to use the photo or take a photo, then you can try to find something here, something interesting, maybe something that that resembles you about the person. So I'll pick, for example, this option. Here you've got also the presets, so you can change the colors, which is nice. And basically you are able to crop the picture. You can zoom it in or out, you can change the position of it, and thanks to it you can decide how it will look like after saving. So just tap on choose if you're ready, and tap on Save in the right upper corner. And this is how our contact will look like. Of course, you will be able to see this photo on the contact list and, for example, during all incoming calls from that specific number. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Welcome. In front of me I have the Xiaomi Leitz Phone, and today I will show you how you can insert SIM card into this device. So, to get started, you will want to grab a SIM ejector, similar to this one, which will come provided with a device in the box. Now, usually it won't look as fancy as this one, even though the phone costs like freaking $2,500. So you might be looking more towards something like this crappy piece of metal. And this came with a phone that cost like $250. In any case, if you can find either one of those, you could also use something like a paper clip, straighten out one of the ends, and as long as it doesn't have that plastic wrap, which you could potentially cut off, it should work just as well as these tools that I have right here. So once you have either one of those, you can then pop out the tray from the phone. Now, luckily here, we don't need to take off the case. As you can see, I do have the little jar lid case right here. But if we look at the bottom, you can see we have access to our SIM tray. So grabbing our little tool, that sounded wrong. You want to pop out the tray, and you have two little insert areas. This one is actually a microphone, so don't worry if you poke it, nothing will actually happen. It's you know, companies do kind of predicted that some people might, but obviously won't pop out your tray. So you want to utilize the one that is part of this cutout, so right here in the corner. Oops. Try that again. There we go. You can see it's holding in there right now. So you want to push this in. And when you do, you can see that the tray pops out enough for you to pull it out. Now on the tray, you have space for two SIM cards. Now, depending on if you're planning to use one SIM and one SD, this will matter which tray you put your SIM card on. So for eSIM, if you're going to enable this in the settings, which you can, automatically when you enable eSIM, SIM spot number 2 becomes deactivated. So any card on this tray basically gets ignored by the phone. It no longer looks at what's on that tray. It's only going to look at the SIM number 1 spot. So if you, like I said, planning to use SIM card and eSIM at the same time, then make sure you place your physical card on the top, which is SIM number 1. Now, if you're planning to use just a single SIM card or dual SIM, it doesn't matter which tray you use. It's only going to affect the fact when you're using eSIM and you enable it. So in any case, once your card is on the tray, which it should be laying completely flush on it and it shouldn't be falling out of the tray, as there are little retention brackets, you want to pop it back into your phone, and the said card should start working. There we go, right away. So it's prompting me to confirm my SIM card PIN. Let's do that pretty quick. Unlock it, and that's it. We're good to go. Pretty simple. So if you found this video helpful, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching.
In front of me is Xiaomi Leica Leitz Phone, and today I would like to show you how you can set up an alarm clock. Begin by opening Clock app and tapping on Alarm at the bottom left corner. Following that, use this plus at the bottom right one to create a new one. Then set up an hour at the top. And if you wish to use this alarm only once, you can tap on this switcher next to the right after alarm goes off to enable this option. If you want to use it more than once, tap on repeat and apply the best option for you. Once, daily, Monday to Friday, shift alarms. You can adjust each one and save your changes by hitting OK. Or customize. Here, tap on days of the week you want to apply, and when you finished, tap on the back button. Now select ringtone. You can pick any of those melodies by tapping on the best one, hit Got It, and go back, or click on All Ringtones at the bottom right corner. Then choose Pre-installed ringtones here, and tap on Apply next to the best one for you. Confirm your choice by choosing OK in the pop-up. If you wanna pick any song from your smartphone as your ringtone, click Pre-installed ringtones again, use this plus at the bottom right corner, and tap on one of those sound sources from which you want to get your audio file. Tap on the chosen one and make sure to click on Apply right next to it. Then hit OK and go back. Now use this switcher next to Vibrate when alarm sounds to turn it off or switch it on, and hit Label. Finally, you can name your alarm however you want to if you want to, and to save it, use this check mark at the top right corner. As you can see, my alarm was successfully created. To turn it on or off, use this switcher right next to it and pick whatever you want to from the pop-up. If you want to edit it, click on it, choose Additional Settings and make your changes. Then tap on the check mark again. To get rid of any alarm, you need to hold it, tap on all of those you wanna get rid of, and delete them thanks to the Delete button at the bottom. Last but not least, so manage some more settings, click on those three dots at the top right corner, click on Settings in the pop-up and adjust all of those to your liking, like volume. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Bye!
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Xiaomi Leica, and let me share with you how to change the wallpaper on this device. So first of all, I will discuss all of the options, I'll show you them, and after that I'll show you the whole operation of applying the wallpaper. So let's go to the settings first of all, and here let's scroll down and go to personalization. Here we've got the preview of the lock screen and the home screen, so we have to scroll down, and as you can see here we've got different sections from which we can choose the wallpaper from. So at the top we've got AI dynamic wallpapers, which means that we can actually turn a static photo into the live one, which is a great option. I will show you till later on. Here we've got online wallpapers, so we can download a specific static wallpaper and apply it. You do not need to have the account, but be aware you need the internet connection to be able to actually find them. And at the very bottom we've got the system wallpapers. We can tap on more, and here we've got simply those which are pre-installed. You do not need the internet connection. So first of all, let me show you how to apply the static wallpaper. I'll pick something from the online wallpapers, so let me just tap on this option, and here we've got different sections. This is what you will see after entering the themes. So you will immediately see not that page, but this page. So you will immediately see different wallpapers that you can download, and all of them are free of charge, which is great. Of course, you've got a lot of different categories, so you can tap on the categories here, and as you can see, we've got animals, galaxy, nature, patterns, a lot of things to check to download. So let me find something here, and if you can find the wallpaper that you'd like to apply, simply tap on it. Now your device will ask you where you want to apply the wallpaper, so lock screen, home screen, or both. I'll pick both options. And now you can see that we've got the preview, and by default your device will apply the wallpaper sharp wallpaper on the lock screen, and it will blur it on the home screen. If you don't like this effect, simply tap on this dot icon, sorry, not dot, but drop icon, to turn off the blur effect, and now we've got the wallpaper sharp. So all you have to do, if you're happy with the results, of course, just tap on apply in the right upper corner and wait until your device will finish this process. And as you can see, the wallpaper has been applied. Now let me show you how to apply AI wallpaper. So let's scroll down again and go to personalization. Scroll and go to AI dynamic wallpapers. So right here we've got 4 pre-installed options from which we can choose, and of course you can tap on the specific wallpaper to check how it looks like. Now you have to decide where you want to apply it, so let me choose both. And as you can see, the photo is static, but your device will simply turn it into the live wallpaper, and this effect will apply on the home screen and the lock screen too. So all you have to do here is to simply tap on apply, so the same operation. Moreover, here in this section you can simply tap on this plus icon and your device will open your own gallery, which means that you can use your own photo. It doesn't matter whether it is downloaded or it is a photo of you or your animal or your child or whatever, any kind of object actually. You can simply tap on this plus icon, choose it from your gallery, and your device will simply turn the static photo into the dynamic wallpaper, which is great. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Welcome. In front of me is a Xiaomi Leica phone, and today I'll show you how you can enable and set up your Do Not Disturb mode. So to get started, you will want to swipe down from the top right side of the screen like so, and somewhere in this list you will be looking for the Do Not Disturb mode. Now I already know that Xiaomi actually doesn't add it by default, so we do need to add it ourselves. And to do so, you just swipe all the way to the bottom, and this will show you the edit button. So you want to click on it, and automatically once you're in here, if you want, you can add the toggles, or not toggles, sorry, labels to the toggles, because by default they will actually not be visible. To add them, you would click right here, toggle this on, and the labels that you can see right here will also be visible on in the control center when you swipe down. Now in here we're going to scroll down and look for a toggle called DND, short for Do Not Disturb mode. When you see it, just click on it, on the plus. As you can see, it gets added, check mark, and it's visible in here now. So once it's in here, first time around I recommend holding it. This will quickly take you to the settings where you can customize some of the options. Now truth be told, Xiaomi doesn't have the best kind of options for Do Not Disturb mode. These are pretty bare bones. But still, maybe you can find something in here that you'd like to change. Going over the options in here, obviously the first one is just to toggle on and off. Next we have that the mode would run only when device is locked. When you're using the device, this mode, even when enabled like so, would basically act as though it's off. So calls and everything would be coming in normally. The moment you lock it, that's when calls get silenced and kind of, notifications and all that will take effect. Next we have notify about calls, so you can choose to be notified about nobody calling you. So anyone calling you basically would get ignored by you. Anyone, favorites, and contacts, as in all contacts that you have saved. Whatever you choose right here can be technically bypassed with the option below, notify about repeated calls. So if enabled, if someone calls you twice within a 15-minute period, they will bypass whatever you have selected right here. So you might get notifications regardless of the choice right here that someone is trying to reach you. Now this is I would say, good option in terms of emergencies. Usually people spam call you, and this would allow them to, well, kind of reach you, or at least you would be notified that they're trying to reach you. And last is the schedule turn on time. In here we can create multiple schedules and have them run automatically. So you just select start, end time, and whatever day of the week you want it to run during. Now I will be creating a schedule in here, and I do recommend doing the same thing, at least one, specifically one that is going to run for like a single minute at a time that it would never bother you. So I'm going to set one up for something like, let's just say midnight, and it's going to end at 01 midnight, and repeat every single day. Now this you want to have enabled, and this is basically going to be a good option for just kind of having peace of mind. I'll explain this in a second. So anyway, whenever you want to use your Do Not Disturb mode, you would find this toggle and simply tap on it to toggle it on. Now, if you set up a schedule, any kind of schedule that you want to use, that's fine. You don't need to toggle it on. Obviously, if you rely on schedule, that will be done by you, by the schedule for you. Now, for people that use manually, that's why we set up this single minute long schedule, because when you toggle it on like I did, I would need to remember to turn it off. Now, that won't be necessarily every time I will remember to turn it off. So when I forget to do so, it would run indefinitely. Therefore, that schedule would try to turn it on at midnight, but it's already enabled if I forget about it, obviously. And a minute later, it would actually turn it off for me. So obviously, that's a peace of mind that it won't be running for like days at a time till I remember that it's enabled. Now, one more thing to add is when setting up this schedule, so it would be turning off automatically, keep in mind that when it turns off, it does this. Sorry, there's no sound right now. There we go. So I'm going to unmute it, and now we can. So you basically get this sound every time it's turned off, which, I don't know, maybe if you're sleeping and your phone is next to your bed, might not be something that you would like to hear. Muting it, as you've seen, putting a silent mode removes that, but maybe you don't want silent mode, then you might want to maybe change the timer that this would be happening at. But in any case, that's about it. So I hope you found this very helpful, and if you did, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching. Welcome. In front of me is a Xiaomi Leitz phone, and today I will show you how you can hard reset this device through recovery mode. So, before I get started, I do want to quickly mention a couple of things that you might find important in your case. So number one, you can do this kind of reset in order to get rid of a screen lock if you have one set that you don't know. So, as you can see, like a PIN pattern or password. So that's one thing. Number two, when doing this kind of process in order to get rid of this kind of screen lock, if your device also has a Google account signed in on it, your device will become FRP locked. And what this means is it's basically a lock on a device that once the reset is finished and you go into the setup process, you will need to verify. And you can verify it in one of two ways, either through a screen lock that was set on a device, or using the Google account that was signed in on it. So those are the two different ways you can do this. Now, one last thing is performing this kind of reset or any kind of reset basically removes all data from your device. So if you store any kind of photos, videos, any other thing that you would like to maintain, then you probably will want to back it up. Now, if you can't access your device, you really don't have any kind of way to back up your phone in reality. But there might be a positive side. So typically, if you have a Google account and Google is a very creepy little bunch that is trying to, constantly snag all your data, chances are you, even if you try to not have your data synced up to the cloud, you might have already tripped up at one point and agreed to it by mistake, because Google just constantly brings this up in hopes that you trip up so they can steal your data. Because let's be honest, if you deny something and it's kept bringing up till you by mistake agree to it, so Google can right away then be like, oh, well, you agreed, let's go, our data now. I consider that to be basically a theft of my data. So chances are you might have agreed to it even if you didn't want to, and you can check it. No matter what, if your data has been backed up, if you can't access your device, if you can't unlock it, you could basically go to a Google Drive on your web browser, on your computer or other device, and then navigate in that Google Drive to your photos, for instance, and see what kind of photos and videos are backed up. You can also navigate to your contacts, see what contacts are backed up, and same thing goes for other data on there. So that would give you a little bit of an insight on what data is backed up. If there's nothing there, or if you have like very old photos there, then obviously some might not be backed up. So you can check it out. If obviously you can't access your device and the data isn't backed up, there's not much you can do about it. But if you want to back up your device and you have access to it, there are ways you can go about this. So one of the probably best ways to go about it would be, instead of Google, because Google is pretty limiting, I would highly recommend using the Me Mover application. Now this will be used if you want to create a backup or migrate to another phone. So migrate meaning move your data to another device. Now technically this process is designed to help you move data from one phone to another, and is usually designed to move out of an old phone to a new one. But it can also subsequently be used as a way to back up your phone to an old one. So if you have an old Xiaomi, open this up, copy the data from here to that old Xiaomi, and later on, once you want to restore it, you just do it the other way around. When you open it up, it gives you this kind of wonky layout, new, old. So you basically select what this device is, either new or old, and this in itself really means new one, that you're moving data to it, old one, you're moving data from it. That's really what it is. It's either move data out or into it. And additionally, if you have a other device of other brand, like for instance Samsung, like I have one right here, you can also do this, but instead of using Me Mover, you would need to download on this phone Smart Switch. That's what Samsung uses. It's the same kind of concept of an application, just a different name for it. Each one of these companies creates usually their own version of this application to help you move and manage data between their brand, but it's not designed to help you move out of their brand. So it's only kind of like one way. So therefore you need to download the Samsung's version of this application onto this one to help you migrate. And then subsequently, when you're trying to move the data from Samsung back to this one, you would need to download Me Mover on the Samsung, as you need the application of the device you're going to be moving data to. So because you're if you're creating this as a backup onto an old device, you're moving data to both of these devices at the end of the day. So anyway, I highly recommend using that. It's a fantastic way. It's super extensive in what you can move and has basically no limits. So it's super good. Now in any case, now with all that out of the way, let's get to the resetting. So I'm going to lock the device and proceed from the lock screen as though I don't know my pattern. So press the power button and volume up at the same time. This brings up your boot options. If pressing it doesn't bring it up, hold power button and ignore Gemini if it shows up. From there, we're going to swipe this up to turn off our device. Give it a moment, the phone will turn off. And then we're going to hold power button and volume up. And you want to let go of the power button when you see the Me logo on the screen. There we go. Now continue holding volume up till you have the recovery mode visible. There we go. Once you are in this mode, you will need to use volume buttons to navigate through the options, as touchscreen doesn't function here. So to navigate down, you just press volume down, and to go up, volume up. Now we do need to select the second option, which is wipe data. So volume down. Once it's selected, use power button to confirm it. Then select wipe all data and confirm. Now this only gets to a couple percent and should be, there we go, finished. So once it's finished, we're going to start spamming power button, as we do need to go back to main menu, reboot to system. Now this will continue resetting your device, which will take about a minute, 2 minutes tops to finish up. And when it's finished, we will be presented with the Android setup screen. So I'll be back once that is visible for me. And as you can see, the process is finished and you can set up your device however you like. So if you found this very helpful, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching. Welcome. In front of me is a Xiaomi Leica phone, and today I'll show you how you can enable and set up your portable hotspot. So, to get started, you will want to swipe down from the top right side of the screen, like so. And in here, we're going to be looking for the hotspot toggle. Which, there we go, it's right over here. It will look like a chain link right here. And by default, you actually won't see the labels for it, so just look for the icon. And if you can't find it, you can actually add it by clicking right here on the edit button at the bottom. And additionally, in here you can also add these labels, so they're visible like it's on my end. And anyway, if you don't see that hotspot anywhere in that list, you would find it right here. Once you do, just click on the plus, it would get added right here, and you just click on the check mark and it should be visible now. Anyway, from here, first time around, I recommend holding it. This will quickly take you to the settings where you will be able to customize it. So we're going to select set up hotspot. And we're going to start off with the password. It is a randomly generated one. Oh god, why is this a... Why would anyone set this up as a keyboard wallpaper? Come on. Anyway, so we're going to get rid of this one and set up our own new one, which will need to have at least 8 characters in length. Now you can use letters or numbers, doesn't really matter. I'm choosing just numbers as it's simpler to remember. And I'm going to automatically click on the check mark right here to save this and go back in here. I tend to sometimes go back by mistake. Like when you swipe to get rid of a keyboard, it sometimes just goes to the other page, automatically disregarding your password. So it's kind of best practice right here. Anyway. And here we have a couple additional options. For instance, security. I recommend keeping it as it is. This just ensures that your hotspot has some kind of password to it. We have device identification. Keep it as it is. Next, we have the AP band. We have 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. It's surprising enough to me that on a $2,500 device, there is no 6 gigahertz. But hey, who am I to judge? It's not like $2,500 isn't enough money to get you literally the top of everything that is possible on the market. Apparently it wasn't good enough to get you Wi-Fi 6 or 6 gigahertz. Anyway, so in here we have only 2 options for some ironic reason. And in general, if you don't know what these are, I'm going to try to quickly explain it so you can know which one to choose and which one should sometimes maybe consider. So 2.4 is actually, in my opinion, going to be the best case scenario for majority of the people. It's not the best as a network, but it is going to be used by literally every device that has any kind of Wi-Fi connectivity. And if it can connect to Wi-Fi, it's going to use this. Now, this isn't the case for 5 gigahertz. If you have an old laptop and it has Wi-Fi connectivity, doesn't mean that it will connect to Wi-Fi 5 gigahertz. So if you check this one and you enable your hotspot, chances are some of your devices might just straight up not see this hotspot. In this case, you would just know that they don't support it, and you would go back here and change it back to 2.4. Now that's the reason partially why I recommend just sticking with the 2.4. It makes it much easier if you don't know what your devices support. A little bit less of a headache, always will work. Now the benefits and downsides of each one of them. 2.4 is older, so obviously it has some drawbacks. 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi is a little bit more crowded in general, specifically in like heavily populated areas, and this could interfere with your connectivity. So in this kind of scenarios, you might actually be interested in checking out 5 gigahertz, assuming your device supports it. That's one limitation. Another one is how many devices can be connected to it, the speed of the network, the latency, and that's really the most important one. But that being said, they kind of all just don't really apply to hotspot, at least not to extent that you would expect, as primarily I believe you will be limited by your mobile hotspot anyway, or just like whatever your service provider gives to you. For instance, my device caps at 60 megabits. That's not fast. I have 10 times faster network at home. And this is like the bare minimum that we have right here. So anyway, for this kind of purposes, the 2.4 will be good enough for whatever your provider probably gives you. And also, it will kind of vary depending on where you live. As for instance, obviously, if your phone connects to Wi-Fi 5 gigahertz, sorry, not Wi-Fi, to the 5G towers, right? You will have lower latency and faster network, but again, that network is capped to whatever service provider gives you. But for instance, if you start to move away from that tower, buildings get in the way, that automatically starts to fall off the cliff. So, like I said, a 2.4 is honestly one of the better options that gives you most versatility, and the only time I would maybe recommend checking out the 5 is if you live in a populated area. Now, in any case, one last option in here is the hide its SSID. What that is basically the name of your network and the password. So when you're going into your Wi-Fi list, let me just bring that up on my phone. So when you go into your Wi-Fi list in here, when you're gonna save this and enable it, so let's enable it by clicking right here. You can see hotspot is on. In a moment, it should show up right here. There we go. So it shows up right here. Now, if you choose to hide the SSID, even when you enable the hotspot, it will never show up in the list. What you would need to do is go in here and then type in the whatever it was. So we have the Leitz whatever powered by Xiaomi, right? And as long as you type it in correctly as it's listed right here, and then with the correct password, you would be able to connect to it. If you misspell something, miss a space or anything like that, you're not connecting to anything. So I generally don't like this, as it's just kind of annoying, and as long as you have password, it's kind of useless. So anyway, once you enable a hotspot, there is one little thing to keep in mind. By default, your hotspot will automatically turn off the moment you when you disconnect from your hotspot later on. It will kick on a timer, I think it's like 5 or 10 minutes or so, and then turn it off. And you can find it by holding this toggle, and you can see it right here, turn off hotspot automatically when no devices are connected. Now this is the better option, as it does require you to disconnect from your hotspot, or as an example, if you're using your hotspot on a laptop in a cafe, you close the lid of your laptop, put it in a bag, it automatically goes to sleep, which means it disconnects from the hotspot and therefore kicks in the timer and turns it off automatically. Now this is a good option because hotspot will consume more of your phone's battery, so when you're done using it, this just kind of removes one thing that you will need to remember to just manage. So it's going to do it for you. But on top of that, if you do remember and you want to kind of, I don't know, preserve a little bit more battery, though it's going to be minuscule amounts, obviously you can turn it off yourself once you're done using it. So anyway, with that being said, I hope you found this very helpful, and if you did, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching. Welcome. In front of me is a Xiaomi Leica phone, and today I'll show you how we can enable power saving mode on this device. So, to get started, you will want to swipe down from the top right side of the screen like so, and you will get a bunch of toggles. Now, somewhere in here you should have your power saving mode as here it's actually labeled battery saver instead, but same thing. Now that's one thing. There's actually another mode which we can add. I also want to point out, by default you won't see the labels for these toggles, which you do have the option to add it, which I'm going to show you in a moment. But anyway, if you don't see the power saving mode, or you also want to add the one that I will be adding, which is the ultra power saving mode, you can click at the bottom, at the bottom on the edit. And here's a toggle to show these labels in the normal control center. Now by scrolling down, we should, there we go, find Ultra Battery Saver. I'm going to click on the plus to add it. Click on the check mark, and you can see it's now added. So let's start off with a normal power saving mode. I'm going to just simply click on it, and it gives you a little message right here letting you know that it's right now enabled, and that's about the extent of the information that you get. Now we can also hold it, and this will take us to the settings, giving us some information and options. So in terms of options, we have things like the don't wake screen for notifications, which is, I think, not all of these will be turned on by default, so these have been changed already. I don't actually remember how it's set by default, but in any case, if you want, obviously toggle them on or off at your will. This basically all implies that when the battery saver mode is enabled, in this case, it won't be waking up the screen when you get notifications. It will also turn off always on display, and it will turn off the power saving mode when you start charging the device to 50% or higher. And lastly, in here, for the normal battery saver, we have the schedule timer to basically switch between modes, or basically schedule timer for it. So you can set it up that it will start the power saving mode every single day. For instance, when you're going to bed at, I don't know, 11 or whatever time you want to set up. And typically this doesn't really change much in terms of functionality of your device. So it could be a nice thing that would help you basically let the device last a little bit longer. Now, what this will do is basically disconnect from Wi-Fi and mobile data when you're not using the device. At least that's the most common thing that happens. Here it's not really labeled, so I'm just speculating. So in any case, that's one of the things that usually happens. And there are usually two options that are being utilized for this. Either the device reconnects to network every so often to check if it's missing some kind of notifications, or it's not going to do that as long as you don't use the device. Now, obviously, either one of them is going to change how you interact with your notifications, or how applications, I guess, even look for them. So if you rely on your notifications being delivered to you on time when they are sent to you, you possibly might want to get rid of that. Or, well, this mode in general. As there is no option for you to suspend this specific kind of interaction. So, below that we have also the ultra battery saver and extreme low battery. So we have hibernate when I guess you have only like couple percentage. You have turn off when charging for the ultra battery saver. Now ultra battery saver does a lot more, and everything that is, I think, listed right here. Now you don't have the options to toggle these off for ultra battery saver. You can just disable it, so disable the option for it to turn off automatically. Now, the ultra battery saver will not be something that you're probably going to be using every day whenever your battery is low. As like I mentioned, it does changes the way your device functions in a way, or what it can do. So this is usually going to be utilized in situations where you're just starting your day and realize that you forgot to charge your phone last night, and the phone has like 10%. You enable this mode, and you're basically getting through the entire day. So in any case, I'm going to show you the battery differences in a moment. But in any case, whenever you want to enable one of these modes or disable them, you just click on the toggle like so. Now, I'm going to quickly also demonstrate how this one looks like. So you can see it's going to load it up and give it a second. It's going through a list of different things. Restricting power consumption. Actually, wait, let me read what was there, as I didn't read it. So restricting power consumption activity, restricting background activity, decreasing screen brightness, and switching to dark theme. So these are all the things that it does. And you can see in here we don't have wallpaper. Brightness is dropped, but we can increase it. We also are lacking a bunch of applications in here, as this mode primarily prioritizes battery life, which you can see it's doing, I would say, pretty damn good job. It's giving us nearly 100 hours of battery life. That is pretty damn good. Anyway, I'm going to close this, and I'm going to show you one last thing, which is if we go into the actual settings and then to the battery, you can click right here where it says balanced, and it shows us different kind of times remaining for each one of these modes. Now, I'm not going to talk about the performance, as it just decreases your battery life by increasing performance. So balance one gets you a little over 30 hours of battery life, which in itself is actually pretty damn good. Especially that, actually no, the device is nearly fully charged. It's 96% right now. Now the battery saver gets us 37 hours, so additional 7 hours of battery life, which again, pretty damn good. This alone would usually get you through the day. Now keep in mind, this is for when the battery is fully charged, or nearly fully charged, 96% like I mentioned. Obviously, if we drop this by half, like 50% or so, you're not looking anymore at 7 hours, you're looking at like 3.5 hours. So obviously with the, you have to keep in mind that this would be more in percentages, right? And lastly, Ultra Battery Saver goes from the 37 to 97, almost 98 hours of battery life, which, well, that is most certainly going to get you through everything that you need. That is more than tripling your battery life. So in this case, you would be looking, like I said, if your phone is almost dead, 10%, I'm pretty sure 10% will be giving you still several hours. So now multiply whatever time would be remaining on whatever percentage you have, times 3 in this case. Actually, a little bit more than times 3. But that would be what you would be then left with. And I do want to give Xiaomi props. This power saving mode that they have is actually pretty damn good. I mean, it's more than triples your normal battery life if you ever need it. And not every company has this. I mean, this kind of changes. I do want to throw shade on things like Oppo, Realme, Vivo, and OnePlus, which include Ultra Battery Saver mode with their devices. But hey, if their phone lasted 30 hours, well, Battery Saver gets them 32, and Ultra Battery Saver mode gets them 4 extra hours. So you'd be looking at like 34 hours of battery life when it's fully charged. Big fucking whoop. Wow. You can do better power saving management yourself by lowering down the brightness than what that phone can do with an ultra power saving mode. Here, I mean, let's be honest, this is tripling the battery life, so it's pretty fantastic. Now, anyway, so that's about it. So if you found this video helpful, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching. Welcome. In front of me is a Xiaomi Leica phone, and today I'll show you how you can capture a screenshot on this device. So, to get started, you will want to open up content that you wish to capture. Now, for me, this will be the home screen, and that is already open and visible. At least, that will be one of the things I'll be capturing. In any case, once the content is open, there is 2 different ways you can go about capturing a screenshot. One of the most common one will be power button, volume down. Just a click of both of them and you get the pop-up. Scroll and send options, which are visible for a brief moment, after which this pop-up does disappear. Now, scroll shot isn't available in home screen, as there's this technically isn't considered as scrolling down, but this should be. And it is. So you can see it will start automatically scrolling. I can tap on the screen, move it myself, click on done, and this will capture a longer version of screenshot. Just make sure you click on a checkbox right here. So that's another way. And like I was saying, power button and volume down are the most common one. There's actually another way. 3-finger, swipe down. This one will be a little bit simpler for some people, as it doesn't require you to click 2 buttons at the same time. So that's still an option. It's literally the same thing. Now, there are some applications that you might encounter from time to time that you won't be able to capture. Such an application would be, for the most part, bank apps. These block screen shots and screen recordings for the purpose of protecting the privacy and security of the user. Now, if you, for instance, consider that maybe you downloaded some kind of malware, or your phone has one and you just don't know about it, and that malware is just straight up taking like screenshots or trying to record the screen when you're putting in a pin to your bank application, you could imagine without that feature how this would be detrimental to the security of your bank. So because of that, bank just straight up blocks this kind of feature. Now, for a person that is trying to, for instance, maybe capture a confirmation of a payment, it's a little bit annoying, but it's not the end of the world, as in those applications, you normally have an option to download a confirmation as a PDF file of your payment. Now, in other cases, like the one right here, Netflix, that piece of shit is just straight up blocking it because it can. It's considering that Netflix has this idea that they're going to be using you and you're going to be paying them to basically work for them in a way. So they're basically reinvented the slavery in a way, because they are using you as a way to basically enforce piracy, to basically prevent it from happening. Now, I don't know how about you, but I couldn't give a shit rat's ass what Netflix want to protect. It's not in my business to protect their business model. It's in theirs. And it definitely shouldn't be in their way to protect it by changing how I can use my device. Especially when I don't even own a Netflix account, so I have never agreed to anything of Netflix. I never gave them permission to do any shred of fucking thing on this device. Not signed in. There is no pop-up asking for any permission. I never had an account, so I never agreed to terms of service nor use. Yet this abhorrent garbage does this. Give it a second. Excuse me, on what fucking grounds are you doing this? Now, because I consider this to be a blatant violation, I will be showing you how you can capture screenshots of shows and movies that you might be interested in taking, even though Netflix or other streaming platforms are blocking you from doing that. Because apparently you're working for them while paying them. So, as a person that is paying for it, meaning you, I believe you are fully entitled to capture whatever the shit you want. It's up to you. Hell, you might not even be paying for this. I couldn't care 2Fs less. So anyway, now I won't be exactly showing you where to go to a specific site, and not to kind of like be just vague about it. It's primarily because if I was going to show you, chances are by the time someone is watching this in the future, this site no longer exists. But hey, it's still better to probably be, teach you how to fish rather than give you that fish, feed you for a life rather than for one day. So I'm going to be showing you how you can find these kind of sites that will allow you to do this. And they're all kind of web-based, so you don't even need to download any kind of application. Now, they work better or worse depending on which site you pick. But one of the sites that I used to show, which is no longer available, but you can use it as a template to look for other ones, was Jesus, that keyboard just wow. So it's pstream.mov. So this was the one that I used to show, and you can see it no longer exists. Now, it could be because of me, maybe not, I have no clue. It was working pretty good, so I really liked it, but like I said, showing it and it's no longer available. So in a case that I am a culprit right here for this, I'm just not going to be showing new ones, but you can take this one and consider as an example. Let me just kind of get rid of this. There we go. So I have this typed in here, and I'm just going to look for alternatives. Now, disregard Gemini. This is an abhorrent piece of shit. And obviously, this is not going to give you what you're looking for, because God forbid you would be skipping any kind of way to benefit corporations, right? You're supposed to fall in line. Gemini obviously won't be showing you how to get out of it. So what you're instead looking for is, Reddit, the second link, luckily. So in here, the one that we have right here is, r/piracy. I wouldn't say it's piracy. If you're paying for content, how you view it, it's up to you. If a company is trying to enshittify a service that you're already paying for, I don't think you should be forced into it. I mean, you're already paying for it. As long as you're not distributing it, it's not really piracy. Now, and keep in mind, distributing it even is kind of under fair use, as long as you're not like distributing the entire freaking episode of something or a movie. If it's a screenshot or short little clip from a show, that's fine. So in here, if we go in, you will see a list of different things that you can utilize. Now, on top of that, Depending on how you search for it, for instance, you can also search for something like free alternatives to Netflix. You will get different lists, also on Reddit primarily. And I know for a fact, that's originally how I found this, that there is a nice little vast list of over, I think, 20 different sites that you can visit with multiple different variants of it that basically achieve the same thing that P-Stream did, which is function as a Netflix, but for free, showing you shows and movies from literally every streaming platform. And because it's running on a browser, there are no limitations on screenshots, so you can capture them. So, like I said, this is more, I didn't want to show exactly any kind of website, just so they don't get shut down in the future because of this. But hopefully, just this information should be good enough for you to find them yourselves and pick whichever one works best for you. As like I said, there's a multitude of them, and they're not all the best. Some of them try to just shovel down your throat ads constantly. So obviously, those are probably a little bit less good. But hey, I bet there are ones that are pretty damn good. So anyway, with that being said, one last thing to show is where to find all the screenshots that we have created or taken. And there's two locations you can locate them at. One would be to go to the Photos application from Google. So right here, and you'd go into, can you just like piss off? So in here, we're going to navigate to collections. I generally hate Google for the layout and this bullshit that is popping up. Now in collections, at the bottom you have screenshots. Now in here you can see all the screenshots that I have taken. Now I personally do prefer the gallery application from Xiaomi. I find that it works better, pesters you less with backups and whatever. And in here you will have, I think it's also collections tab or whatever they're calling it, but it's basically the second one right here. And in here you will find album called Screenshots and Screen Recordings. When you click on it, it organizes neatly screenshots separately and screen recordings separately. So right here you can see we have only screenshots visible. If we click right here, we'll have our screen recordings, which I have none. But it makes it much better as the screenshot album in the Photos from Google actually has both screenshots and screen recordings visible at the same time. Now, in case from here, we can again view this like we did before. So there we go. By the way, props to Gemini right here for coming up with such a magnificent things as an alternative to a to this Plex. Yes, that's exactly what I would be looking for, Plex, which is basically self-hosting. It's nowhere near what I would be looking for, but whatever. In any case, with that being said, this basically sums up the video. I hope you found it helpful, informative, and if you did, don't forget to smash like, subscribe, and thanks for watching. Welcome. In front of me is a Xiaomi Leica phone, and today I will show you how you can import your contacts from the SIM card to the device. So, to get started, you will want to open up the standalone contacts application, like this one right over here. Now, first time around, contacts application will give you this moronic notification to allow Contacts app to send you notifications. Now, I cannot imagine what kind of notification Contacts as an app would want to send me. What is it? Maybe advertisements? Or would it be that, congratulations, I have added a contact? Now, any of these never would seem like something that I would want to be pestered about, so I'm going to not allow this, and I would recommend doing the same thing. Now, also, if you're logged into your Google account, you'll get pestered with this one, sync device and SIM contacts to the cloud. No piss off, know your place, Google. This is not contacts that you should be having access to. So, I will usually be recommending to do the same thing, as I am more privacy oriented. So I will explain and elaborate on this a little bit further later on in the video, once I can actually show you additional things related to this. But first of all, we're gonna start off by importing contacts. So Don't sync device, get dismissed, go piss off. So we're going to navigate right here to organize. And if you are signed into a Google account, like I am, you will actually have, well, this portion and this portion up to here visible. If you're not signed in to a Google account, you automatically just have this section only visible. So anyway, find this, and right here in this list somewhere you'll find Manage SIM. Click on this, and this is using the newer kind of look of the contacts, I guess the import section specifically. Sometimes I still on the non-Leitz phone version, the 17 Ultra, or maybe just if you're logged into a Google or not, I've seen that instead of having this window right here, you do have still the drop down right below select contacts, where you get to select either Google, Xiaomi, or device as an option. Now this has been changed because Google is a creepy bunch, right? And they would want to get all the information that they shouldn't have access to. And right here you can see we have device and Google, device and Xiaomi account. So basically two different ways to basically share your contacts and personal information of others with some piece of shit corporation that basically wants to disregard any kind of consent of the person that this information would belong to. It's like, I don't know, asking a stranger on the street, can I steal someone else's phone? And that stranger tells you, yeah, go right for it. And that's going to be completely illegal because some rando on the street told you that it's fine. Are we like serious right here? So in any case, right here, I also find it absolutely, it's something that just pisses the shit out of me, is we have a more option. Now it's interesting considering two fucking options are already visible right here. And there is still more than half the screen available, closer to like 2/3 of the display available for that more option to be extended, to show me what's under more instead of hiding it. Now, there must be something that takes more than an entire screen for it to be hidden, right? Right? No. Because obviously Google doesn't want you to import contacts just to the device, because that kind of takes away from them getting information that they shouldn't have access, or should be asking the person that it belongs to for access to it. But instead they're kind of using you and trying to now bait you into importing it to the cloud without ever needing permission of the person that this belongs to, which is just a massive FU to privacy in general. It's Google, so honestly not really surprising. So anyway, you want to select that more and device only, because piss off Google, you should be asking the people that this contacts belong to rather than me. And in any case, once you select whatever option, it will show you all the contacts that are present on the SIM card. Now by default, if you haven't imported any contacts, they will all be selected. If some of these contacts exist on the location where you're importing it to, or both locations, as when it's device and Google, if you selected that, then if it's on one but not the other, it will still allow you to select all of them. If it's on both, then it will deselect the contacts that is located on both locations. In any case, from here, I can obviously deselect contacts that you don't want, click on import, and that's another moronic kind of pop-up that you get, which again pisses the shit out of me, because it's just Google trying to make you rely on them even more and then give you more reasons to try to import contacts to the cloud. So going over this, remove copies from SIM. To clean up your SIM, remove copies of imported contacts. Contacts that aren't imported won't be affected. How about tell me why the shit would I be even interested in removing those contacts from the SIM outside of cleaning it up? It's like telling you, you know what, throw out the clothes out of your wardrobe to make space for more clothes that you don't have. Does it sound fucking stupid? Retarded? Because it is. So we're going to be selecting keep. And like I said, this is just another way of Google trying to get rid of your kind of backup of data to make you rely on theirs. There is no reason why you should be deleting these contacts unless you're completely capped out, which you can manage that shit yourself. You don't need Google to basically delete all your contacts from it, right? So obviously select keep. And now moving on to our contacts list, depending on where you have imported your contacts to, you can change what contacts are visible by clicking right over here. All contacts. And you can see we have multiple different things. So we have all contacts, we have the Google contacts, we have the Xiaomi contacts, which are none, SIM, and device. I'm going to select device though for editing purposes, which I want to show. This doesn't really matter that much, and you will see what I mean. So I'm going to select one of the contacts that I have imported, and this is the reason why I don't recommend importing our contacts to the cloud. If we go into edit, I'm going to edit the one that is on the device, though both SIM and the device have literally the same options. Oh, sorry, not SIM, the device and Google have the same options. So let's edit it. And when importing this to the cloud and filling out this information, this is everything that Google would have access to. Now, Google is in the business of basically monetizing information and creating profiles for people so they can do better target advertisements, so they can make more money. How nice. So by importing these contacts, Google would get things like their photos, so how they look like, and you can have both the cover photo and the call photo right here. First, last name, middle name now in here as well. Wow. We have company, phone numbers, which can add multiple, labels, notes, email addresses, birthday, where they live, and others, which others also has some things like even job titles and other random things. So whenever you fill out some of these informations, this is everything that Google would automatically have access to as well, which this is a lot of very personal information that the person that this contact would belong to might not have wanted to share it. As an example, I'm a person that tries to prevent any kind of information of mine to be leaked to Google. It's just my, pastime hobby to piss off, or not maybe piss off, to try to keep myself private and to not have Google have every kind of shred of information about me. That's why while I literally have separate SIM cards that are like temporary numbers, like I'm a drug dealer basically. So when there's a piece of shit application that requires me to verify my number, I go and turn that SIM on, get that verification code that I need to use, verify it, and then automatically turn that SIM card off. Because I don't want no shit coming to my device. I don't want that number to be shared, which is usually what happens. So I go out of my way to basically make Google have no information of mine, or as little as I possibly can, while still utilizing some of their services. Now, I'm in a kind of ballpark where if they want to monetize my shit, I sure as shit should be seeing some kind of profit from that too. It's my data that they're monetizing to basically make money off of, and then annoy me by giving me targeted advertisements. If I'm not seeing any money, they're not seeing any data. And this can be pushed even further if you even want to, by installing something like Graphene OS, which completely locks down the Android from leaking any kind of info. Heads up, or props to Graphene. So in any case, this right here is the reason why I recommend importing your contacts to the phone, not the cloud. But at the end of the day, it's your choice what you're going to do. If you're trying to do this in case you want to move contacts between devices or have them appear on all the devices, you could, instead of uploading them to the cloud, you could instead just create a backup of your contacts. And I'm not talking about the SIM card one. You can just straight up create a copy of all the contacts that are on your phone, including all this information that is right here. As on a SIM card, when those contacts are being stored, it's just a name and a number, and you can't add anything else. So what you could do instead is download an application that will allow you to create a backup, and I think that backup is something like a VCF file, .vcf I think it is, which you can then just move around. It's a normal file like any other PDF or whatever you would want, and when you open it up on another phone, like an Android, it automatically allows you to restore all the contacts that are on there. Pretty simple, quick, easy. And you can always have like a backup of it stored, I don't know, on an SD card or USB drive or whatever you want. So with that being said, I hope you found this very helpful. And if you did, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching. Welcome. In front of me is a Xiaomi Leica phone, and today I will show you how you can hard reset this device through settings. So, before I actually get through the resetting process, I do want to quickly mention that this will remove all your data that is stored on the device. and I'll be showing you how you can go about backing up all your data that you'd like to maintain. Now, there's a couple different ways you can go about it, so I'll be showing you basically all three, though I'll be kind of talking about downsides and upsides of them. So if you're not interested in that, you can feel free to skip forward by like 8 minutes or so, as it's gonna take me a moment. And yeah, from there I'm just gonna jump straight into the actual reset. So to start off, one of the probably most common ways you're backing up your device unknowingly or unwillingly is through Google, as Google is pestering you the shit out of you to back it up every time you open up any of their application. And even though you're trying to get rid of this, eventually you're gonna trip up and agree to it by mistake, and Google is right there to steal all your data right when you trip up on this one. And you can check this by going into About Phone and going into the Backup and Restore, and then at the bottom you'll have Backup. This is from Google, and you can see both of the things here are being backed up, or actually more than both. There are only 2 different categories, but if we go into 100 device data, that is a lot of different data. We have contacts, call histories, device settings, apps, app data, SMS, MMS messages, and well, that's about it. Now, I want to point out what is actually labeled right here as absolute BS. So some of the data right here, probably the ones that is a little bit more important to you, is actually not going to get backed up, because why the shit would it be? So what I'm talking about is apps and app data. Now, Google doesn't actually back up apps, so that's already a straight up lie. What Google does in reality is just gives itself a little cliff note that re-download said application from Play Store once it's being restored. Hey, if that application no longer exists on the Play Store, well, you're not downloading it from anywhere. So, to give you an example, I think Yuzu emulator was one of the ones that was on Play Store. So hey, you got it when it was there, and then Nintendo Hit Squad basically got dialed up the booty of whoever created that, and they went in the raw with all the lawsuits that it possibly could find. And obviously the creator took it down, because hey, I'm pretty sure winning a war with US might be actually easier than winning in a court with Nintendo. So hey, you have that application on your phone. That's great. It's just no longer downloadable. Now you're backing it up like a logical person would try to do. Google's telling you it backed it up. Well, I feel so nice about that. Then you go to restore it and you restore shit, because Google cannot download this application from Play Store because it no longer exists and it didn't actually back it up. So it makes it absolutely useless in this aspect. And you can also see another limitation. We're limited to 15 gigabytes of data right here. That would include photos, videos, and app data, SMS and MMS messages, along with any other kind of data that Google wants to hoover up so they can monetize it. If they can't monetize it, they're usually not going to be hoovering it up. So again, for photos, videos, even 15 gigabytes is not that much. So you might be exceeding this. And if you are, well, that's not getting backed up either. Good luck. Again, as a backup, absolutely awful. So let's move on to better options. If we back out here, we will see that we have a couple additional options. We have Xiaomi Cloud, another backup to cloud. We're not going to talk about that one. And then we have the 2 good ones, mobile device and computer. So each one of those would basically create a copy of data to that, what is listed right here, the device, which would be this phone itself. And you can move this data from the phone to your computer if you wanted to, or obviously you can just directly create it to the computer. Now, these are all nice and dandy. I think they do limit you to restoring this data to another Xiaomi device though, so that's a little bit less dandy, but whatever. And then one of the best ways you can back up, migrate your device would be by using the Me Mover application, which looks to be in System Apps. To that, it's in Tools folder, but you can just check it out in your app tray as well. So you're looking for Me Mover somewhere in here. There we go. We're gonna agree, and there we go. It shows you a very simple menu: new, old. You just select what this device is, new or old. And in reality, you're moving data. So old one is you're moving data to this device. You're moving the data out of this device. Now you can use the Me Mover application if you have another Xiaomi device. That'd be a tablet, phone. It doesn't really matter. They all come with their own version of this, which is called Me Mover. And it's just an application designed to help you migrate data between Xiaomi devices or to Xiaomi device. Now you can do this to other devices as well, but you would need to use the application of the device that you're moving to. And companies make this kind of version of application each for themselves, so it's easier for you to move to their phone. They're not going to make it easy to move out of their phone, though. So they're only kind of work one way if you're dealing with two different brands of devices. So as an example, if you have a Samsung phone, as an old one, or you may be moving to this as a new one, whichever one it is, you're basically migrating data from the Xiaomi to the Samsung. You'd need to download Samsung's version of this application, which is called Smart Switch. Now, other brands like Oppo, Realme, Vivo, and OnePlus, all four of them use Clone Phone, while Huawei uses Phone Clone. And I think Motorola has something like Moto Move or something along those lines. So you download whatever application you need on this device to move the data to that other brand. And subsequently, like I said, you can do this in order to back up data to that device or to migrate to a new one like that. If you're planning to back it up and then restore it, you then need to, again, download the application of Mi Mover on that other device, because you need to download the application of the phone you're moving data to. Then when you're moving it back, that would be then Mi Mover. So anyway, with that out of the way, this one will be the best kind of way to back up your data, as it allows you to back up basically everything, applications included, no matter where they came from. So I didn't mention Google even gives itself the cliff note for applications that came strictly from Play Store. If it's from outside of Play Store, it doesn't even bother backing them up. But here, no matter where the application came from, it's going to get backed up, and it's actual backup. So it's physically being moved from one device to another, and it's automatically becoming available to on that other device once it's restored. It doesn't need internet connection to function, as long as obviously the application doesn't need internet connection. But yeah, you don't need internet connection to download it or anything like that. It just gets moved. So it's pretty great. And other things like photos and other things are limited to a measly 15 gigabytes of data. And if you exceed that, too bad, you're going to have to do that yourself now. So highly recommend using this kind of method, using these kind of applications. Now, anyway, with that out of the way, let's move on to the actual reset process. And look at that, right on the dot, 8 minutes. So we're going to open up our settings. And we're going to again navigate to About Phone. And in here, we're going to navigate to Factory Reset. Now in here, you have a bunch of information that will be removed by this process, which we don't need to care about. We have already backed up our device, hopefully. So we're going to select Erase All Data. Now, if you have some kind of screen lock, you will need to confirm it right here. I have a pattern, so let me just draw it. If you don't have any kind of screen lock, you automatically get moved to this. Now in here, you do have the option to back up your data. Again, though, this one is to Xiaomi Cloud. Again, limiting you to only one device to be restorable. It's kind of a crappy little backup, so I wouldn't really recommend it. And anyway, we already created a backup, so we can just straight up jump to Factory Reset. Now, this gives us another info that clear eSIM data. So basically remove eSIM that you might have added. If you didn't, you can select clear. If you did, then that will depend if you want to keep that eSIM in here or not. It's basically as though you were keeping your physical SIM card in a device, but it's in a digital format. So I'm going to select clear. Now here we have another message that this will clear all data, like we already didn't have like 2 of them. So this is basically a third one. And it's also behind a timer, 10-second one, which then we can press on next. And hey, we have another message that this will clear all data and cannot be undone. Yes, I know, you already told me that 4 times. It would be nice if I could skip this. So we can now click on OK after the 20 seconds have been wasted, and this will begin factory resetting the device. Now this will take about a minute or so. It's a relatively quick process, and once it's finished, we will be presented with the setup screen. So I'll be back once it is visible for me. Okay, so this took a little bit longer than I expected, but as you can see, it's now finished. Now I do have a SIM card in here, so I'm just gonna pop it out. So there we go. That's what you would be normally presented with. So anyway, with that being said, I hope you found this very helpful, and if you did, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching. Welcome. In front of me I have the Leitz phone powered by Xiaomi, and I'll be showing you how you can record a screen on this device. Okay, now in reality this is technically just a, well, it is what it is, but it's Xiaomi 17 Ultra, so basically everything here will be about the same kind of positioning. So anyway, to get started, we're gonna just swipe down from the top right side of our screen, which brings down our toggles. And in here, we're looking for the screen recorder, which by the looks of it, isn't added by default. That's unfortunate. So we'll need to do that ourselves by clicking right here on this edit. Let's scroll down and find it somewhere below. Now, luckily, when you click on the edit, it also shows you the names for these toggles, as it doesn't do that by default. Which actually, scrolling all the way to the top, which this toggle isn't visible at the beginning, so you need to actually swipe. You will have this toggle right here to show the labels. So these labels will stay in here once you are just in the toggle section. So if you want that, you can obviously turn that on. And now let's look for a screen recorder. It's right over here. So once you find it, you simply tap on a plus, check mark, and there it is. Now before we tap on this to start recording, I'm going to hold it, as this will quickly take me to the settings. And in here we can see how the recorder is set by default. I think this is the default. So resolution wise, we're actually set to a good one. I'm surprised that this is the default resolution. If it's not, which I'm going to be more towards, like leaning towards that, probably 720p is probably the default. If it is, change it obviously to the highest one, which is the 2600 by 1200. Now below that we have video quality, which we have in megabits per second. It is set to 16, but you can increase it or decrease it. Now for this kind of resolution, 16 actually is pretty good. You can change it to 24. I wouldn't really recommend going much above that, as this actually defines how much space it takes. So it would be 16 megabits per second. So obviously the higher you go, the more storage this will take. So instead of, for instance, being like, let's say that this would equate to, I actually don't know what it exactly equates to, but let's give you a hypothetical number. So you record for like, I don't know, 10 minutes and you get, I don't know, a gigabyte of file size, right? So let's just assume that that's what would be here, even though I don't think it's correct. And if you increase it to, for instance, 32, you're doubling the effective kind of quality here, but you're also doubling the storage it will take. So instead of now gigabyte, you're going to be using 2 gigabytes for the same 10 minutes of recording. So this is literally just how much storage will be taken here. Now, apart from how much storage this takes, this also changes the quality. Now, you could be set to highest resolution also, like that you can, or the lowest one. And depending on your megabits set right here, this might not have too much of a difference. You could be recording at this and set it to 1 megabit, and it will look abhorrent. You might set it to 720p and keep it at 16, and it will look better than the high resolution one. And what you would be typically looking for in this kind of aspect for bitrate is to match the bitrate to your resolution in a way. So when you're playing it back, you don't see any kind of weird artifacting, which you would be looking for specifically when content is in motion, when you're, for instance, swiping from top to bottom, from left to right, or just like up and down. Typically, this is much more visible and pronounced with content like pictures and stuff like that, which I might actually try to show you this. I'm going to set it to something abominable, like 1 megabit. So let's, for now, just close this up. And I'm going to find a toggle, start recording. We're going to allow. And I'm going to start recording right now. Stop it. So this should look terrible. in theory. Let's quickly check if that is the case. What a psychopath hides the goddamn app tray. Jesus. I definitely love the fact that there's no app tray right now. Awesome. How the hell do I search here? Oh, great, I can't even search. Where the shit is the Photos app? There we go. No, piss off. No. Okay, so to play back your content, you would be navigating to the collections, and in collections, you will find screenshot album. Screenshot will contain screenshots and screen recordings, so it contains two, but it's still the best place to look for it. And let's quickly see. So this actually still looks better than I expected. But you can see the artifacting already. Now, I'm gonna zoom the hell in. There we go. Just so you can see this much clearer. And let's bring up the exposure just a little bit. So I'm just going to be moving at this like couple points. And you can see, there we go. The quality of this just becomes kind of pixelated. So this is what the bitrate has to do. Now, the moment it stops moving, it actually just kind of catches the sharpness. So this looks kind of fuzzy all, right? The moment it stops, it just kind of slowly regains the sharpness. So that's what bitrate will do. Now, this is actually much more subtle kind of impact that it has over what I would have expected it to have. So if you're recording content like I am, this kind of one, you might not necessarily need to select anything high. You can keep it at abominably low, and this should still be pretty usable. Now keep in mind, I'm showing this on a phone right now, and depending on where you're watching this, on your phone or monitor, this might not be as visible. If you were watching some kind of content produced by phone with such a low bitrate, for instance, on a TV, you might definitely see this much clearer. And there are some things in here as well. So if I look right here, I believe it was, come on, stop it. Why do you jump? You piece of shit. There we go. So, I don't know. Are you fucking kidding me here? Okay, no, I can be bothered with this. But once you kind of look into the time specifically right here, this has a little bit more finer detail right here, and it kind of struggles with this by being kind of like having weird pixelations around the text itself. So anyway, now let's go back to the actual recording right here. So I'm going to navigate back to the settings just for a moment. And one more thing in here was the frame rate that I did want to show, and it's set to 24. Now, contrary to what Sony and Microsoft would like you to believe before, that 24 is a cinematic experience. Don't believe these cunts. It's not. It's absolutely abhorrent, and you shouldn't be selecting anything at this low of a frame rate. What you should be shooting for is the 60. That's going to be the sweet spot. It's going to be smooth enough for everything, and also will be usable by most or almost every kind of social media platform that accepts videos. 90 is also a choice, but keep in mind that things like TikTok, Instagram and whatever don't really utilize this kind of frame rate. So this is going to be redundant recording at higher frame rates. Anyway, we also had the options for sound, which did show up, I believe, when we clicked on the toggle, right? Oh, no, it didn't. Wait, is there? Oh, there we go. Sound source. There we go. So in here, for some reason, this usually should be visible somewhere in here, but in here you can choose what kind of sound will be recorded. Now we have none, so nothing will be recorded in terms of sound, microphone, system, or both. Now, if you're planning to use both, I would recommend using some kind of headphones, just so the microphone doesn't pick up the system sound for the second time, which could create an unwanted echo effect. So anyway, with that all set, let me just quickly change the megabits to default 16. I do want to do the recording once more, but this time around can do this properly. So now I can also show you something else, which I did want to show, which is opening up crappy little applications like this one. Now, Netflix comes pre-installed with this device. You don't ever have to install it. You don't even need to own an account. I have never owned an account. I have not installed this application. I didn't agree to anything, terms of service or use, because I never actually had an account. Nor does it even pop out when you install it. So even if it did, I didn't install it anyway. It came with the device. Now, I'm kind of clarifying this because of what you're about to see. So let's stop the recording right here. Cool. And let's go back to our Photos app. And we can now take a look at the other one, which will show up in a second. There we go. Takes a moment to buffer that video and finish it off. But here you will be able to, number one, see the clearness of this. It's much clearer, smoother, as it's now at 60 frames instead of the 24. And what you're about to see also is this crap. Nothing. So, just to explain what is happening right here, this is a feature of Android. Now, this feature is usually reserved, or not reserved, but designed for privacy and security purposes. Your privacy and security as the user of the device or owner of the device. And most commonly, you will find this in bank applications. Now, if you consider that you might have, for instance, downloaded some kind of application, malware one, that is right now trying to basically spy on you, to see what you're kind of doing on a screen, and for instance, look for your pins or passwords to your bank applications, right? Apps use this. So when you open up a bank application and such a malware tries to see your pins or passwords, whatever, it gets to see a black screen and nothing on it. So in this case, it's good. That is protecting you as the user from having your bank information stolen. Now, where it doesn't really do this correctly is, for instance, for any kind of streaming platform like Netflix, Spotify, and so on. Now, these applications use this as a means to protect their own privacy and security. Like it's your damn business for your phone that you paid money for to basically work for them. Now, as far as I remember, you get to pay for their service. So you shouldn't be the one responsible for protecting it. It's none of your goddamn business to protect their stupid ass from having their content pirated. And hell, maybe if they didn't shittify it, people wouldn't need to do that. Other than that, I also am a firm believer that if you're paying for this content, you're in your damn right to capture any kind of videos that you want in it. You don't need to share it, but you surely are able and in your legal right to capture under fair use any kind of content, as long as it doesn't exceed specific time frame, right? And use it whatever the hell you want. It is under the fair use. So an application basically coming here and just swinging their meat, blocking you from doing what you want on your own device without ever even asking you for permission is, in my opinion, a massive violation and overreach of any kind of application and what they can do on your own device without ever even inquiring for your permission. So for that reason, I'm going to show you how you can capture videos of shows or movies without using the piece of shit application like Netflix. And just as a little tidbit of information, it's ironic because Spotify does the same thing and you can record videos in YouTube, which also has music, right? But Spotify basically began their business because of piracy, lime-wiring the hell out of the entire internet of music, and then starting a service from that. And now they have a big problem with you doing the same. Wow. A little bit hypocritical here. But in any case, to circumvent this piece of trash right here, we can just navigate to our browser and search for something like pstream.mov. There we go. Off we go. I think I definitely misspelled that. .mov. There we go. Let's try it again. What the hell is this? Did it? Okay, I guess probably they got shut down. Quickly check on my browser. It's not the one. Oh, yep. Oh, yep. It looks like there's DMCA, but there's not one. So ether.mom. Could I be responsible for them shutting down, considering I create this content? Now this one has annoying ads everywhere, so big yikes. Yeah, you can see this trash. So adblock would be beneficial. Where the hell is it? Copyright? What? No, just. Okay, well, it seems like I'm not going to be showing you because shit don't seem to be working correctly. That's a bit of a yikes here. Oh well. Now, I'm not able to show you, I guess, something that I tested out myself and worked, because that one got shut down. But if you do Reddit searches, you'll find a website that will basically give you a list of different websites like this that offer the same kind of services as Netflix, HBO, and all that other crap put together in a single place. And from there, you can record it as it's on your browser, and browser doesn't block you from recording your screen. And hell, if you're paying for this content, I think you're in a damn right to basically find alternative ways to get a better offer, a service that works better and allows you to do what you want to do without being treated like a damn criminal for no reason. And yeah, so I highly recommend it. These are basically just websites that pop up as copies of Netflix and offer the same thing. And like I said, they don't block you in any kind of way, so props to them. In any case, if you found this very helpful, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching.